have finished second that day. She had an aggressive warm-up from Jose Lezcano, who, of course, great to see him back riding this weekend. He won the first race yesterday, of course, back from an injury, and he really revved her up and got her going. I think she's going to use some of her speed today, and we'll see if this will be the day for her to break through after having been knocking at the door at this level. I thought the 4 Laughing Lady did warm up nicely out there. She does put the front wraps on in here, but she did face a little bit tougher last time out. Gratefully's been in very good form. She leapt up at the start. Not the best beginning for her. And I think that she's back to the level where she belongs. She ran fine like this against this company 2 starts back, and this is the first time for Rob Falcone, who's also taking the blinkers on. She used to wear a 3/4 cup blinker, so really opening her up. Maybe that'll help her to get out of the gate a little bit cleaner as well. And Ricardo Santana typically is an aggressive rider. She is not your favorite, Greg.
Yeah, blinkers off. Laughing Lady, who is very quick. Don't pay any attention to that last start. She did not break well out of the gate. She does, and she's probably going to be in front.
Well, listen, I'm approaching the start of this day, Greg, as though the racetrack is similar to what we had yesterday, and it may very well prove to be different. But I'm going to go on that information that I have from yesterday, and I do think Laughing Lady has a very aggressive rider in Ricardo Santana, and she has, to me, the most natural speed with a rider that wants to use that speed. So if speed is good the way it was yesterday, that's why I landed on the 4, Laughing Lady.
Yeah, inside was where you wanted to be as well.
Absolutely. You know, to me, it's akin to that moving sidewalk at the airport, right? You're walking along, you hit that conveyor belt, and it just carries you along.
Laughing Lady, Ricardo Santana Jr., the favorite on the board, but sheer will. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, trying to find the right spot for this filly. This is start number 9, and they did drop into this level the last 2 starts. Linda Rice with his Daughter of War of Will. Distance second, and then third beat 4 1/4 lengths.
Yeah, well, she was more in chase mode lesson, but doesn't it feel like she has like that 1 mile speed where a little bit shorter, they go a little bit sharper, she has to work harder to get to that position?
I prefer the 4 in this spot.
I do too.
So does the public. Slight favorite. It's close, though. And that's a decent price. But again, we're going to have to pay, as you said, close attention to how this track is playing. Katie King might be a little bit further back than those 2 we had mentioned, but facing better company. And it's the first time in for a tag for the 7. And you're getting 7-2 right now.
Well, she makes a lot of sense, though. She's really getting class relief. She's had, some excuses, certainly last time. She makes a lot of sense. I gravitated away because I'm, again, trying to figure out what the racetrack is going to be like. If it's like yesterday, I think it hurts her chances.
And I think part of the reason we just saw 8-5 click down on the 4, Laughing Lady. Set for the opener with the Frizette and Champagne still to come later on our card. Let's send it upstairs, kick things off with Chris Griffin.
Thanks, guys. Savvy Sunset, last to load to the outside. Savvy Sunset goes in. All set for the opener. And they're off. Hard sent from the outside, Savvy Sunset and Romero Mirage. They'll get the first call this afternoon, and it's going to be Savvy Sunset is up by a full length and a half. Chasing in the red silks comes Gracie Girl. Ruben Silvera moves to the 2 path here, and 3 wide. That's Laughing Lady, Ricardo Santana Jr. Just behind them, progressing forward is Katie King. Has found a nice spot in 4th, is wide, and splitting rivals. Here comes Sheer Will. Is bringing Here's Your Trouble with that rival, and the trailer, Here's Your Trouble, just found some. Just had to check there towards the back end of the field. Stormy Central can see them all. 23 seconds flat and unopposed. Savvy Sunset. Savvy Sunset trying to take them all the way. Has a 3-length cushion. It is shrinking, though, and here comes Sheer Will on the move. Jose Lezcano, Sheer Will, just knife through the field and now move to the outside, and Sheer Will has the leader in sights. Savvy Sunset starts the sprint for home, but here comes Sheer Will catching with every single stride. Laughing Lady has got to pick up the top 2, and the top 2 are throwing down here for a final furlong. Sheer Will has not dispatched of Savvy Sunset yet. Now edges clear late. A 16th left to go. Sheer Will. Jose Lezcano, he won the opener yesterday. He wins it today. Sheer Will wins it over Savvy Sunset, then Laughing Lady and Katie King. In 1 minute 10.77 seconds.
First 2 days back of action for Jose Lezcano. And yeah, the opener on both Friday and Saturday. Teams up with Linda Rice here.
Yeah, real nice ride here. Set right inside, right in behind your pace setter, who surprisingly to me turned out to be Sabby Sunset. They chose to rate Laughing Lady. She was on the 3-wide chase, while your winner got to sit inside, tip out around your leader. They ran 1-2 down to the wire, but it was Sheer Will in her ninth start as the best in this spot. But Jose Lezcano riding like he didn't miss a day, and for him to have surgery and come back within basically a month tells you a lot about his desire.
Yeah, good for him. Such a consummate professional, talented rider, and wins it 5-2 here on a team we've seen win a lot of races on this circuit. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, and they win for Lighthouse Racing here. 9th time the charm as we take a look out of the gate.
Yeah, keep an eye on the 5. 5 stumbles. Fairly, you know, the stumble wouldn't have been as significant if the 4 and the 6 didn't come together and buffet that horse about while she was in the midst of her stumble. But basically, she was eliminated there at the break.
6-8-4-7. Sheer Will at 5-2 as your second choice on the board to kick off this Saturday card.
And she spent the majority of the race on the inside before tipping around the leader, so I'm still feeling like it's a little tilted towards the inside.
Keep an eye on that throughout the afternoon. 5-2, Sheer Will. Prices when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. We'll set up the early pick 4 when we return, and it's the Discovery at a mile for 3-year-olds. Still to come, the Frizette 2-year-old fillies, New York bred Iron Orchard. 2 starts, 2 very easy wins, and now Open Company trying to book her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Yankee Stadium will be rocking Tuesday, October 7th. That's game 3. That series, though, with the Blue Jays kicks off this afternoon. ALDS game 1, Rogers Center in Toronto, 4:08 Eastern on Big Fox. As they get things going in that ALDS. Our card underway. It sure will. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice took 9 starts, but find the right field today.
Right field, right trip, right ride, gets it done. Just looks like Jose Lezcano never missed a day and got that inside-out trip. She sat behind the pacemaker. Savvy Sunset tipped out. Savvy Sunset battled on gamely, though, didn't she?
Really did, which lends more credence to the fact that she was a big long shot that you want to be inside and forward on this track again.
Yeah, it gives me that impression. I'm not saying it's a pronounced bias, but it's the shortest way around, and if that portion of the track is good, that's 2 things on your side.
In the end, though, she winds up runner-up for the 3rd time in her career to Sheer Will, who gets that first win, $7.28 for the victory to kick off this Saturday card. And we jump right into stakes action in race 2 here for 3-year-olds at a 1-turn mile, 3-year-olds who have not won a graded stake at a mile or more this year. Rated by Merit, has been off since November of last year, moves to the Chad Brown barn. All those starts came at Gulfstream, undefeated, 4 for 4, and a couple of those victories against Neo Equos, who would come back, run 3rd in the Fountain of Youth to Sovereignty, and hit the board in the Florida Derby as well.
Yeah, it's shown that he was defeating some quality runners there. He has natural speed. He looks like to be the main and controlling speed. First start for Chad Brown, but Michael Yates did a terrific job with him running through those Florida Stallion Stakes. And this is a homebred for St. Elias. That's Vinny and Teresa Viola, excuse me. And they own the Florida Panthers as well. So they've won a Kentucky Derby. They've won a Stanley Cup. Certainly sporting people. And guess what? They're from Brooklyn.
Yeah, even more reasons to like it here. See, it's going to be a tough test, though. 1-turn mile, you got to run hard every step of the way, off a long time away, and some with a little more recent form. We'll talk more about Rated by Merit's chances coming up in a moment as we kick off our stakes action on this Saturday card with this restricted stakes in the Discovery. Then a mile and 3/8 on the lawn. Grade 2 Jockey Club Derby Invitational. Chad Brown should have a strong hand in that with both Asbury Park and Hill Road. Top 2 choices in the race, and then the win in your in races. Frizette for 2-year-old fillies. Champagne with It's Our Time for the boys trying to get to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And the Miss Grillo trying to get to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies turf. Fillies in the Frizette. We talked about going to break. Iron Orchard, the New York bred. Undefeated 2 for 2, including a stakes win seeking the ante. Those 2 wins by more than 12 lengths combined, Mig. But now comes grade 1 test and open company test for the first time.
Well, it's a big step up, right? It's the first time she's stepping outside of restricted company, if you will. Now she's facing horses that have already, gone against tougher, maybe have a little bit more seasoning. Although your favorite, or the horse I believe would be the favorite, Carmel Coast, has that 1 start, was ultra impressive. Thing you got to look at, though, look how easily she's won her 2 starts. She was wrapped up in both of them, never asked for her best. And I know some people dismiss that because it's hard to quantify how much faster they could go. I think it's safe to say she was capable of going faster.
She will probably need to, because Carmel Coast, in her debut, ran a much faster figure than what Iron Orchard has done to this point in her 2 starts. She was brilliant first time out. Lovely Christina will tackle her again. It was a long way back to Lovely Christina in this debut.
Yeah, this was a super debut. Professional. She did everything right. She found more when asked, so she ran fast. Lovely Christina, like you said, came back to win. So I think she's very, very talented, very, very good. Don't discount the New York bred, though. She's one too easy to dismiss, that's for sure.
So Carmel Coast, she'll have post 2, 7-2 morning line. She will be nothing near that, I believe, when we get to that grade 1 Frizette at 2:49 Eastern start time. This division all of a sudden has become a lot more wide open. What we saw at Saratoga, it looked like Tommy Joe, maybe the standout, and was going to be a very short price favorite heading to the Breeders' Cup. And She gets put up via DQ in the Alcibiades from Keeneland yesterday, but did not look like she was at any point going to win this race.
No, she was all in. I mean, Johnny Velasquez was after her to try to get by Percy's Bar, who maybe we're discounting a little bit. She was runner-up in the spin away to Tommy Joe, but right there, you see, I mean, that was significant. And you get body checked like that late, you're already tired, you throws your stride off. You see how sideways she got then on the wrong lead. I think it was a no-brainer and justifiable DQ, but we weren't seeing the brilliance that we saw in her first 2 starts.
I mean, she did it incredibly easy, winning the Grade 1 spin away in her graded stakes debut. And then look, legitimate, yeah, as you say, I'm in agreement with you, should have been put up for the win. So she goes in with a perfect record, even though she doesn't cross the wire first. But now big question marks about her ability to go 2 turns.
Well, I think that's the big question. Is it's not her ability, it's her ability to stay a distance. Because it looked like she was struggling where the 1-turn races at Saratoga, she was always in the bridle, and when she was asked, she found. Looked like she was struggling a bit, maybe just distance getting to her a little.
So an opportunity not just to get to the Breeders' Cup, but maybe with Tommy Joe not as strong as we thought, to do even more damage on Halloween. That's October 31st at Del Mar for the likes of Carmel Coast, Iron Orchard, or can someone else step up in today's Grade 1 Frizette? We're going to take a timeout. Stakes action kicks off next with the Discovery. This one, a perfect, well, rated by merit, perfect 4 for 4. We'll have to deal with Uncaged, who comes out of the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes against Sovereignty last time out. So tackling significantly easier company was no match for the Derby and Belmont Stakes winner last out.
$1,600,000, thank you. Today, play the special double at Naira Bets. First leg, today, Champagne from Belmont at the Big A. Second leg, tomorrow's Arc de Triomphe from Longchamp Racecourse. Watch on FS1. Play at Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
And they're off in the Grade 1 4-go. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 and 3. The leader is Yopon, 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 and 2:57.
Made that early move, and now Krupe comes right back to the inside. Winter's Lion is just slowly making up ground from third. It's Krupe who's in front. Army Times, the main danger now is Winter's Lion. Krupe is almost there. Winter's Lion is a clear second. Krupe inside the final 16th. Krupe is up by a length and a half. Winter's Lion tries one more time, but Krupe, Kendrick Carmouche, they win the Discovery.
2023 edition, one of many in this race for Todd Pletcher. That was Kendrick Carmouche aboard. That duo will team up again with Uncaged this afternoon. He'd have some very good success out of this race. He'd become a Grade 2 winner and Grade 1 placed in the Whitney.
Yeah, you know, the Discovery's always been a race for later developing 3-year-olds, horses that weren't mature enough to get on the Derby trail or even through the midsummer. So kind of a leaping off point for the later developing 3-year-olds.
Todd Pletcher has won it 6 times in his career. The one that stands out on that list, Left Bank back in 2000.
What a good horse Left Bank was, what he went on to do then as a 4-year-old. I rolled to him with full momentum on a Firm Success, who was our top racehorse. And he looked at Firm Success and said, see ya. And it was in the Tom Full. I think he ran like 119 buyer figure that day. And I was in shock that I could go to a horse on a good horse with so much momentum and just shake us off, basically. He was really good. And Discovery, the race named for horse campaign by Alfred Vanderbilt, 27 wins from 63 starts, a Whitney, a Brooklyn, runner-up in the Kentucky Derby. Also, very influential broodmare sire. He was the sire of Miss Disco, who wound up being the mother of Bold Ruler. So a lot of history there.
1935 Horse of the Year, Hall of Famer, of course, and won some of those races carrying as much as 139 pounds, which is almost unheard of in the sport anymore these days here. Uncaged, Todd Pletcher a chance again to add another one with Kendrick Carmouche. Had to face pretty tough company the last time we saw him in the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes by the likes of Sovereignty.
Yeah, Sovereignty, Journalism, Baeza, those are the top 3-year-olds in probably that order at this point. Sovereignty, a very special talent, but Uncaged lacks a bit of speed, though, doesn't he?
Well, everyone's got to deal with this horse who is undefeated, Rated by Merit, the 3, moving to the Chad Brown barn, the reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer. He has never lost. All 4 wins, they came at Gulfstream, and he did all of it, including the first 3 sprinting on the front end.
You see how late he was getting to his right lead there, a little bit kind of up and down, not as fluid as you'd like to see, but he dominated them. And in racing, it's pretty is as pretty does. You don't have to have perfect form as long as you're faster than everybody else.
Unraced, though, since November of last year, his 3-year-old debut. Connections have had to wait a while for it. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, I echo Richie's sentiments with Rated by Merit. He is not the prettiest mover, but he is a horse that has been very impressive in his races thus far. A homebred for Vinnie Viola's St. Elias Stables and by Battalion Runner, who St. Elias campaigned as well with Todd Pletcher. And this one won against Open Company first time out, and then being a Florida bred, running in those restricted Florida Sire Stakes down there and taking advantage from 6 furlongs to a mile and a 16th, and certainly have to give him a lot of credit for that. Now, he has not run since, and I understand, given that he is a Florida bred and he's shown that he could potentially be up to a higher level of New York caliber company. So now moving to the Chad Brown barn. But I looked back on First TV. You have to go back to August, but there are some of his workouts available, and I noticed that he pretty much always works solo. He probably is a very generous workhorse, given how much speed he does have. But I did notice that even in his workouts, he tends to kind of float off the rail a bit, which you can even see as he does drift and taking time to switch his leads in the stretch of that last race. So that's typical for him. Obviously, he's been down in Florida, so I've only seen videos and pictures of him, but I had expected him to be a little bit more bulked up given the number of workouts that he does have coming into this. He's a very streamlined, lighter framed type of individual. I think that the mile does suit him. He certainly has no excess weight coming into here, looks incredibly fit. I am curious to see what he does do coming to take his show on the road to New York and getting out of South Florida. He's fast. We'll see if he can do it off the bench and for the new connections. The number 2, Uncaged. I think it's kind of a regrouping for him. I remember speaking to Todd Pletcher both before the Peter Pan and the Belmont Stakes, and he said because he typically is such a laid-back individual, he thought with his demeanor that it suggested that he would be able to handle longer distances. I've been waiting for them to cut him back to a mile. I've always felt that physically that's what he's built like. He's also brighter in his demeanor today than I have seen from him in the past as well. He really kind of perked up here in the paddock, which I appreciate. This is probably the best that he's looked overall. He's always been a good doer, carrying good condition, typical kind of curling build to him, but he's striding out nicely. He's on the muscle. He's nicely into the bridle. I know that he doesn't have a lot of speed and he takes a lot of time perhaps to get going into his stride, but I have been excited to see him get back to this 1-turn mile distance, Greg.
All right, post parade coming up. Thank you, Acacia. 1-2 favorite, the undefeated, Rated by Merit. Long time away. but obviously a barn who is proven throughout his career more than capable to have them ready to fire their best off the bench.
Consistently, Chad Brown's horses do not need a race off the bench. He has them ready to go.
But this barn with as well Wise Up, who is coming off a big effort at Saratoga in a win last start.
Yeah, nice effort last time, showing good speed. Don't think he has the kind of speed that the 3 has.
There's Uncaged, who faced Sovereignty, the Derby and Belmont winner last start.
Well, this is certainly a little bit easier company, even though you have a big favorite like this.
Undefeated, Rated by Merit, moving by.
Speed, I guess the layoff's the only question, but less of a question with Chad Brown training.
Dream Builder, forward, I should say, went gate to wire at Parks last start.
Yeah, more moderate fractions. It'll be interesting to see how much speed they use from him today.
And then Light Forever, he was in very sharp form, back-to-back wins at Parks, and then tough time in a stake.
Yeah, boy, he just stopped badly there, but he was without Lasix that day, and now he's without Lasix again today.
7 minutes a post here in this Discovery Pick 4 pool, closing in on $60,000 with your Naira Bets account. Get that 10% exacta bonus on all exactas at Keeneland. Opt in to take advantage at NairaBets.com. Every little extra bit in that account can help. So 3 to 5 on one who certainly has sprint speed, wants to be forward. We've talked about how that was great place to be yesterday and through one race early on today. It looks like potentially still the case this afternoon as Chad Brown will have the odds-on favorite and Wise Up the 1 leading the way in the trainer standings at the meet.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times the trainer will have a huge meet, and Chad had a huge meet in Saratoga to tie with Todd Pletcher for leading trainer. And then there's a lull. It's almost like they have to reload a little bit, right? The horses run through conditions, they run hard, they get a little tired. There never seems to be a lull from Chad Brown's barn. Just consistently every meet winning at a high percentage.
So many horses, so many top quality horses. And of course, he'll be in the mix again. He just won his 5th Eclipse Award as outstanding trainer. He's going to be in the mix again at year's end.
Yeah, the Breeders' Cup's going to have a lot to say. Right now, Brad Cox is leading the way as far as earnings go for the year. But Todd Pletcher's right there. Obviously, Chad Brown's right there, as well as Steve Asmussen.
Well, the stablemate to the undefeated favorite, who again is new in the barn for Chad Brown. This one, Wise Up, who we saw win at Saratoga this summer and really took a big move forward doing it.
Yeah, I mean, they allowed this horse to kind of bound along, going a mile and 3/16, and just kept finding. I think he made the lead more a function of the lack of pace in that race than the fact that he has so much natural speed on his own.
For more on Wise Up, let's head down to Acacia.
Wise Up was pretty sharp last time in the preliminaries and prior to that race. And I do think that Richie's point is well taken in that there wasn't a ton of pace signed on. It was also a day at Saratoga that I think being on the inside and being forward was pretty beneficial as well. So I think Wise Up rightly taking advantage of a couple of those scenarios. He does come in here on the muscle once again, but more settled overall, as last time was the first time on the Naira circuit, and he was able to get pretty comfortable going the mile and 3/16 on the front end, as Valentinian is a nice horse, just not necessarily a horse that wins. And Wise Up, I thought, was a little bit antsy in the gate that day, but overall, he really was kind of the other horse in that race. Now, looking at him here, I don't mind him cutting back to the mile. He is a big, broad individual, and he was actually the only one that did have a big warm-up. Ricardo Santana taking him right away from the pony and warming him up pretty aggressively, whereas his now stablemate, the 3 rated by Merit, very quiet, very subdued warm-up out there on the track, staying with the pony under Manny Franco and keeping him quiet, and never really got out of much of a jog or a slight canter. But I think he just has so much natural speed that they're working to keep him settled prior to the race beginning. But interesting as far as warm-ups were concerned, Wise Up, the only one that really stretches legs a lot out there away from the pony on the track, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Still 1-2. The undefeated Rated by Merit, but trying to win outside really of, the debut of Restricted Company as well down in South Florida. And we'll get a stern challenge potentially from the stablemate and from Uncaged. And then these 2 shippers coming in from Parks in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Dream Builder Huge move forward for him, Mig, in his last start.
Yeah, it really was. And he does have some speed, although, again, maybe not the natural speed that the 3 rated by Merritt, who has shown sprint speed, and then was able to stretch it out again, like you talked about, in that restricted Florida-bred company, taking advantage of the lucrative Stallion series they have down there.
So back-to-back wins, 2 wins at the mile distance, but now he's got to do it on the bigger stage, certainly in Stakes Company in New York. Another one who had been in great form at Parks, Light Forever with back-to-back victories. Things just did not go right, and he stopped very early on in that Smarty Jones Stakes.
Yeah, it feels pretty clear looking at it that when this horse has competed on Lasix, comes up with his best races in a stakes race, they're not allowed to compete on Lasix. He regressed and regressed dramatically in the Smarty Jones. Now he shows up here and he doesn't get the benefit of Lasix again.
And a huge number, yeah, as a result. But Dream Builder, the other Parks invader, do you think warrants a real look in here?
His last race was a huge step forward from what we had seen, but now, it took him a while to break his maiden, and then he comes back with another big effort. Sometimes that light bulb goes on and they do improve and get to their best. They've all got to catch the 3, though, don't they?
That is an awfully short price on a horse who I understand was very fast as a 2-year-old. We're hoping you're hoping he moves on from 2 to 3, but almost a year away, now tackling open company to win off the bench. That's pretty short, isn't it?
Yeah, I would agree it's short. Sometimes
1 to 4 now.
The way I've got to simplify it is look at the race, and he's the only one I'd really want to ride in this spot, looking at the overall field. Let me get on the 1 to 4 shot in this spot. There's times I'll look at a favorite and go, I wouldn't want to ride this one because I don't think this horse is going to win. And then, of course, the jockey gets usually the most criticism when those things happen, even though it's a team effort. On the flip side of that, jockeys get way more credit than they deserve most of the time, too.
Yeah, and take that, I guess, with a grain of salt, too. Those were stakes races in Florida, restricted stakes races, Florida competition, but there was some pretty good Florida competition in those races.
Well, good Florida competition. And what do we always talk about, too? A number of horses running as a 2-year-old, you anticipate being faster as they mature and get older. Now here he is later into his 3-year-old year. He should be a bigger, stronger horse. Should be. That isn't always the case.
But it seems like, I guess with Uncaged, massive step down in company in terms of who he faced. He's faced the horse who's going to be the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Classic last time out. The concern for me, because he has shown some talent, the 2 wins came on wet tracks.
I think it's a very fair point. And even though he ran in those big races, he was pretty much a non-factor. I mean, he was not really never involved in that Belmont Stakes.
5 to 1 on Uncaged. Todd Pletcher and Kendrick Carmouche. We'll look to add another here. We showed you their win with Krupe back in 2023, one of several for Pletcher. Wise up 9 to 2 on the stablemate of the odds-on favorite here. And if he is going to win, as you said, that was sort of a soft pace where he was allowed to go to the front. He's going to have to do it differently today. Yeah,
he definitely, I think, will be coming from off the pace, particularly even though they're different ownership. Chad has rated by Merritt, who is the speed. Even though they got to run on their own merits, you're going to tell your riders, don't get in each other's way, don't chew on each other. You don't want to eliminate a horse from your own stable as well, right? So yeah, I think they allow him to go. The only thing is if the inside is what we think it is, Wise Up's there already. He never has to leave the fence.
1 to 5, betting public telling you this race was over a long time ago with this one right here. Putting that perfect 4-for-4 record on the line, but has not raced since November of last year. 3-year-old return. Moving to the Chad Brown barn. It's the Discovery. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Light Forever to the outside. Goes in. All set for the Discovery. And they're off. From the outside stalls there, Dream Builder, Light Forever. They're showing early speed, and in between horses rated by Merritt. Uncaged is towards the back of the field, will be the trailer. Just got passed by Wise Up as they get set to come out of the chute. It's rated by Merritt. Manny Franco in front. They've got command here early. They're up by a head as now they work to the backstretch and rated by Merritt. Hounded all the time. To the outside here from Dream Builder, they're 1-2. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Just off of them is Light Forever as a shared third and fourth with Wise Up and Uncaged. Still patiently ridden at the back end of the field, but some pace to chase as it's rated by merit. The big favorite in front is up by a neck. Dream Builder, not going anywhere, is stalking that pace setter with Wise Up at the rail. Ricardo Santana Jr. asking for more. Then comes Light Forever, who's in fourth and rated by merit. Starts to dispatch of Dream Builder, who's now 3/4 of a length back in second. 45.63 for that half-mile time. Rated by merit, trying to get out a little bit. A little tough to handle around this turn, but is approaching a quarter mile left to go. Rated by merit. Is going to approach the top of the stretch, and he's just opening up here with every single stride. Still trying to cut into the margin is Wise Up. It's far back to the rest. Trying to run on late is Light Forever, Dream Builder, and Uncaged, but inside the final furlong, just being kept to his task. Wise Up continues to give game chase. Rated by Merit's inside the final 16th. Rated by Merit just a little bit better. He'll win the Discovery. Rated by Merit over Wise Up, then Light Forever in 1 minute 33.45 seconds.
Perfect record remains intact. 3-year-old debut successful, but this did not look like this was an easy ride for Manny Franco.
No, one thing about it, rated by merit, who ran extremely fast too, 133.45, was trying to get out pretty much the entire way. I identified it right out of the chute. Then around the turn, Manny was really hanging on the inside rein. He kicked on, he found more, but late he came out pretty abruptly into Wise Up again, but the race was basically over. But look at the head carriage here, Greg. His head's cocked to the inside. That's Manny trying to hold him straight, keep him on that line. You want to stay towards the inside. He's going to change leads on cue right in there. And he went on, but he was trying to drift, and late he came out significantly, but I think he was just clear, and the race was essentially over. He was not going to lose at that point.
Watching this race, that is a very quick time. I had no idea that was the number that was going to pop up. That's very fast.
Very fast. I think the track is definitely on the fast side, but this was a nice comeback. In a race like this, could it set him up for maybe like the Cigar Mile?
It's a fast comeback.
Race.
You look at, though, Wise Up, is, we look back at the start. Certainly not that kind of competition he would face in a race of that caliber. But if this was the starting point and he has progression from here, which you think he does, maybe they should dream big.
Yeah, Uncaged did stumble at the break, guys. It was Carmers. But you can see they haven't even cleared the chute. And look at where his head's pointed and his body is angled, out because he's trying to drift out. This is something that if they can get him to be a little more cooperative, he's going to improve as well.
Long time away, hadn't raced since November, picks right up where he left off in his 3-year-old debut. But even though he wins and he does in a very fast time, some things to sort out.
Well, I mean, I think he made some mistakes, so he can actually improve off of that. Very, very late. We got the ice, so you could see he had to correct him there because he kind of veered out a little bit from that left-handed pressure from Manny Franco. I think this is a really good comeback. I think there's things that can go forward, and this is a very, very talented horse that I could see stepping up next time in a race taking on Graded Stakes Company.
Chad Brown, St. Elias Stable, Manny Franco. That is moving 133-2 for the one-turn mile here in the Discovery. It's rated by merit, now 5 for 5.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage with win and urine races for the Breeders' Cup still to come. Importantly, in that 2-year-old division, look at Coney Island on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon in New York. And we just saw a very fast performance by an undefeated 3-year-old now. 3-year-old return after a perfect 2-year-old campaign, rated by merit. Looks like a lot of upside for Chad Brown and St. Elias Stable.
It's a very talented young horse, ton of natural speed, and stays perfect.
Man on board, standing by with Acacia.
Yeah, very happy to be here with Manny Franco as rated by merit gets the win. And Manny, you and I were just talking a little bit about the way that this horse runs with the drifting and kind of lugging out, something he's done throughout his entire career. So you were well prepared for it today.
Yeah, because he's a really fast horse. Like you say, he like to get out a little bit, but I want to be, you know, I don't want to grab him too much. I just trying to keep him chill and nice long haul. And he was happy. Just in the turn, he tried to do it, but I just, you know, I don't get on his way. So that's why after that he was running. He never stopped. I mean, he was running.
I saw that you kept him pretty quiet in the warm-up as well. Just a horse with so much natural speed.
Yeah, that's why I want to keep him relaxed. I know he's going to break sharp anyway. He with the speed. I don't want to do too much.
Big day for you. Had a graded stakes win yesterday. Mounts in the Frizette and the Champagne as well with horses that you haven't been on in Stradale and 5 Bars. Tell me a little bit about the preparation for young horses when you're riding them for the first time in these stakes.
Yeah, I kind of do my homework. I watch all the replays. Maybe speak with the trainers and see how he goes. You know, try to do the best I can and try to make it happen.
Well, 1 stakes win so far. Here's to a few more. Good luck with the rest of the day. Well, congrats here.
Thank you, Cassia.
Manny Franco, just getting started on this Saturday, Greg.
All right, for Shug McGahee in the Frizette, Steve Asmussen in the Champagne. And good to kick off a big day with a stakes win early on the card.
Always great to win early on these big days. You just kind of put you in the right frame of mind. Energy level stays up. Ride like 6 or 7 in a row, Greg, and no wins, you're exhausted. Ride 5 or 6, a win or 2 sprinkled in there, and it's like you just started again.
Busy day still ahead for Manny Franco. We're going to get into race 3, 6.5 furlong sprint, $30,000 claiming race, all for sale in this race. And it's horses who have not won 2 lifetime in this spot. Linda Rice Barn will send out 2 in here. Smile and Say Cheese also has Golden Plate. She just claimed last time out, who will cut back in distance. Kendra Carmouche will be aboard. In a sport long dominated by men, Linda Rice carved out her own place among racing's elite. On the unforgiving New York circuit, arguably the toughest in the game, she has risen to prominence with consistency, savvy, and a knack for thriving in the claiming game.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, and a filly of my father's named Ready Jet Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front at the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's gonna win a Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he gonna do it? He is! Voodoo Song with a 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in a harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
I think most would say that who have followed her career, highly respected, just incredible job she does. And when you're someone they changed the rules of the sport because of how successful you were, and they did that in terms of claiming horses out of Kentucky, you've done something very right.
Yeah, you've made an impact and kind of changed the way the game is played a bit. She is a hard worker, and she did earn it. I mean, she's gotten there with all of those accolades that are certainly well-deserved.
She'll have 2 in this race. The 1, Smile and Say Cheese. The 6, Golden Plate. Of those 2, who'd you prefer?
Well, again, I want horses that are going to show some speed. I want them to be forward. I think the one that has more natural speed with a rider is the 6, Golden Plate, right?
Right now, 7-2. The other one at 3-1. They're both taking plenty of support. It's leading role, though, favored. More on this race when we come back from a timeout. More stakes action ahead. We're going to look back to yesterday's winning your in races as well in the Futurity and Pilgrim. Miguel Clement standing tall. Intricate Spirit. Onto the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Botas pulls one out in the Pilgrim. Stay with us. We'll be back with more on FS1.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Ever dreamed of owning a racehorse? Well, now you can for free. Introducing freeracehorse.com, where you get a real share in a real racehorse at no cost. Be part of the action. Get VIP access to training, exclusive behind-the-scenes content, and experience the thrill of the race like never before. Sign up now at freeracehorse.com and claim your free ownership share today. Don't just watch the race. Own it.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, and seeing that pumpkin makes us think about what we have ahead today, because these 2-year-old races we are going to see on Halloween Friday at Del Mar for the Breeders' Cup youngsters.
Yeah, this is a dress rehearsal, if you will, right? Going to give us a bit clearer indication going to the Breeders' Cup who the major players are, and always exciting time of the year, particularly when we talk about 2-year-olds.
A couple of those 2-year-olds punched their ticket yesterday on the Friday card here at Belmont at the Big A, both for the Miguel Clement barn in the Futurity. And it's on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Intricate Spirit with the win.
A real nice effort. He broke extremely sharp. He was up head and head for the lead. Joel Rosario said, you know what, I don't want to do this. He eased back, showing a little bit of a different dimension. Intricate Spirit stalking and then finishing the deal. This was a really, really professional, nice effort from Intricate Spirit.
And again, these lightly raced horses, still a lot of upside to come, and a little bit of time to grow up. 27 days now you have these Breeders' Cup races.
Yeah, but for him, it's nice to see that he can settle off a horse if need be. You know, obviously there'll be a lot of speed on if he runs in the turf sprint.
Which is, by the way, going to be 5 furlongs at Del Mar.
Yeah, 5 furlongs. So you know it's going to be sharp. And if you got a horse that is one-dimensional, that kind of handcuffs you. The fact that he's showing a different dimension really, I think, helps him immensely.
Meanwhile, Pilgrim Stakes, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. And Botas, again, Miguel Clement. Looks so impressive at his debut at Saratoga, the way he finished that race. And now he's 2 for 2.
2 for 2, and you gotta like when you see a young horse kind of work his way through traffic, right? He's looking to angle out here, muscles his way in between horses. Now, you know, there's basically a jam on. A young horse can get intimidated. He was focused. He was being carried in slightly by the runner-up the last 16th of a mile. I thought he showed a lot of courage, a lot of bravery, and obviously he has ability to match it.
Still kind of learning the game, too, and he's overcome a little bit of adversity in that performance. But this race, when you go to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, so much of it depends on what the Europeans send over, because quite often they're very dominant in these turf races.
But one thing the Europeans have that I think distinguishes why they have such great turf horses is their horses have acceleration. They have turn of foot. So you've got to be able to get in position, but you better have some finish, because they are going to come smoking at you. And this horse, you know, I think he's done everything right. I love a race like this to move a horse forward, but it does depend on what they decide to bring here from Europe.
So Miguel Clement going to have a busy Halloween out at Del Mar with those 2 horses punching their tickets to the Breeders' Cup. Let's get back to this 3rd race here. A mandatory pay pick 5 begins in this race. 6.5 furlong sprint, and there is the current favorite, leg up to Ricardo Santana Jr. This is leading role that Rob Atras just claimed.
He's got speed, and he should be forward, and you get Ricardo Santana, who is not bashful about allowing horses to show speed. He did just break his maiden for 20, though, so 30 against winners is a step up.
Post parade begins with one of the 2 from the Linda Rice barn she just claimed, Smile and Say Cheese, and we'll get Lasix today.
Lasix, for the first time, could be a difference maker.
Been in some tough company, too, particularly against New York breds, some very good ones, too. Sit and Chili, blinkers on, 8-1.
Another horse that does have speed, and maybe the blinkers on will kind of intensify that speed a little bit.
Drop in class as well at least from that last start where he was probably overmatched. Taprit's Temper, Wayne Potts Barn.
Yeah, moving up in company after showing speed last time for 20.
Here is the favorite leading roll.
He's got speed, should be forward. Rob Atras does a good job.
Henry's Hope tried turf last start, back to dirt where he broke his maiden.
Well, he brings some speed to the affair. When he's on his game, he shows speed.
The other Linda Rice runner went by, Golden Plate.
Yeah, turning back in distance, but first start off the Linda claim, will he be sharp enough to keep position?
It's a big price on Booted Up, who was in way too tough last start.
Yeah, just overmatched. Now he gets in a much more realistic spot. Another one adding blinkers, but will he be in that kind of outside chase mode? Tell you the truth, as we were talking, and the more I'm looking at the one Smile and Say Cheese, the Lasix and the drop-in class is going to be a big difference.
Tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern start on FS1, one of the premier races on the planet, and the Arc de Triomphe. And it is a filly, 3-year-old filly for one of the greatest to ever do it, Aidan O'Brien. Mini Hawk, who is a perfect 4 for 4 this year. She is the favorite, tackling older males.
Yeah, we've seen 3-year-old fillies do quite well in the Arc in the past, though, and she's obviously right connections. Now, they don't have Ryan Moore because he was injured, but it doesn't seem like it's affected Aidan O'Brien that much. They've continued right on winning.
And a horse we saw at Saratoga over the summer, hot as hell. It's going to be competing in the spot. Huge long shot for Jessica Harrington.
Yeah, I mean, we have probably our most recognized race, the Kentucky Derby. That's what the Arc de Triomphe is for France, right? It's their most recognizable and most prestigious race.
See if anyone shows up from that race into the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf or the Turf against the boys in a double, special double. The Champagne and the Arc de Triomphe you're able to play on Naira Bets. So good luck with that. Very prestigious race early tomorrow morning on our FS1 coverage. Leading roll, 7-5 favorite now. Public really leaning into this one.
Yeah, and I think, everybody's kind of looking at it the way we are, that speed is good. He should be forward, if not on the lead. I've completely changed the way I was looking at this race previously as we were talking through it. And I've elevated the one Smile and Say Cheese much higher than I did going in because of the addition of Lasix and making the first start for the Linda Rice Barn.
And just has faced a very tough, granted New York bred company, but very good runners. Sacrosanct, Sand Devil, Train the Trainer, Soon to Be King. Those are all incredibly tough horses when this horse was competing earlier on in his career. And some of those races was hitting the board in those.
Yeah, I mean, his last race was disappointment. I mean, he didn't, break particularly well, but it was kind of a disappointing effort. But the fact that he's getting Lasix for the first time sometimes can make a major difference. He's drawn inside. Jose Lezcano should be able to take advantage of that inside position. I don't think he's fast enough to make the lead, but just being down in there and being disciplined, staying in there.
5-2 right now, second choice. As you look at Kendrick Carmouche on the stablemate of the one here for Linda Rice, Golden Plate. And a look at what's ahead for Kendrick this afternoon. Crudo coming up in that Jockey Club Derby Invitational. Carmel Coast, who was likely the one to beat in the Frizette.
Yeah, I think he's very well mounted, particularly in that Frizette. Crudo, I think he's main and controlling speed as well, so they're going to have to catch him. And we've seen Kendrick do quite well meeting out the speed of a front runner.
And even when you get to the end of that card, Wrigleyville looks like that one should be pretty heavy. I know 7-2 morning line, but seems like a standout.
Yeah, I thought he looked like a standout as well.
So well mounted this afternoon. He had a tremendous start to the first couple of weeks of this meet after a career summer for Kendrick at Saratoga. So he's on the 6 Golden Plate, claimed away from John Ortiz to the Linda Rice Barn. Meanwhile, outside, Booted Up. Blinkers go on. The maiden win came at Monmouth, and then maybe tried just a little bit too tough company out at Parks. But here's that maiden victory back in August.
Yeah, kind of that long, slow, grinding run. He's a horse that looks like he kind of wants to run out in the clear, right? He, didn't save any ground whatsoever in this Monmouth effort. And he looks like he wants to drift a bit, too, as he's running on. Just wonder if that style and the preponderance to drift there isn't going to hurt him the way the track appears to me.
So knowing what we took from yesterday, and that one race in, well, really two, but rated by Marriott, a little different story. It was just class of the field anyway. Who in this race with the running style that seems the way this track is playing, do you want to focus in on?
Well, don't you think that with the leading role, they have to go? Is anybody faster than potentially the 5 Henry's Hope, who I don't look as a win candidate, but he can have big speed at times?
I think that's why you're seeing a lot of this money, too. I mean, this horse was in for some tougher spots, ran okay, and then able to control last time out on this track. And we know this rider is going to be aggressive when he has the ability.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana is generally always aggressive. He is a rider that gets his position going forward. I'm really intrigued by the first-time Lasix inside. If he can get right in behind the leaders and save all that ground, it could make the difference.
It's a real chance, though. Look, it's Linda Rice. We just talked about after seeing that feature how dangerous she is whenever she claims a horse. But there's a real possibility. This horse was off from early January to June. Has come back with 2 starts that they were not good.
Right.
Maybe this horse just can't run anymore.
Well, there's always that potential, right? But now it has that time off, comes in with a, slow but steady work tab, and gets Lasix for the first time. So you don't know why those 2 races were subpar, but maybe this horse is going to be aided by the addition of Lasix.
We'll see if that's the case. Quite often when they move to the Linda Rice barn, that is the case. Jose Lezcano will be aboard. Still teamed up to take the opener. And this one has in the past at least shown some tactical speed. With the 4, we know the 4 wants to be in front. Who do you think is the best to try and tackle that one early?
Well, I think it'll depend if Henry's Hope shows speed that he can show at potentially at different times. And the 3, Tappert's Temper. When this horse is on his game, he's forward. I don't know if he can make the lead. But leading role, again, I think they've got to come out running. And Ricardo's a guy that other riders tend to adjust around. He doesn't adjust around them quite as much.
Yeah, look, even the 2 had been quick before. Didn't get a chance to show that speed last start. Stumbled out of the gate, but now blinkers go on. Usually has been forwardly placed. CU tries to go after leading role here, who we know wants to be in front. As we get set for this 3rd race, again, a pick 5 begins in race 3, so races 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 here. Try and put together that pick 5 sequence. Good luck. With those winning your ins for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and the Juvenile and the Grade 1 Champagne with It's Our Time for our colleague Tom Amos. The 4, the favorite, leading role coming off that maiden claiming win. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call here in race 3.
Henry's Hope will be next. Henry's Hope, Christian Mirage. 2 out, Golden Plate. Kinder Carmouche aboard. And last to load will be Booted Up. Romero Mirage to the outside. Here's Booted Up. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Henry's Hope in between horses is right there for early supremacy and joining them as leading role. Leading role and Henry's Hope, they're 1-2, and just off of them will be Tappert's Temper, and Christian Geraldo is now a well-settled 3rd. Trying to keep up Golden Plate. The far outside is Booted Up. In behind them is Sittin' Chili, and the trailer, Smile and Say Cheese. Henry's Hope is going to press on, 21-4 for that opening quarter mile. Henry's Hope, no turning back now, is up by 3 and sprints into the far turn. Leading Roll backed off of that pace. Tappert's Temper's had a nice journey so far. Golden Plate is in gear, and here comes Golden Plate from 4th, trying to make up that ground as Henry's Hope is coming back to the rest of the field. Henry's Hope is gassed. Here comes the Leading Roll, the first to pounce towards the outside. Tappert's Temper is right there too. Golden Plate is ranging up 4 wide, and they reach the top of the stretch. The rest got to pick it up. And the leader is Tappert's Temper. Battling on towards the inside is Leading Roll, and here comes Golden Plate trying to pick up the top 2. Golden Plate to the outside, now puts a nose in front. Smile and Say Cheese is trying to be on the scene late. It's still Golden Plate and a stubborn foe in Tappert's Temper who won't go away. Golden Plate almost there. Golden Plate will win it. Golden Plate over Tappert's Temper. Smile and Say Cheese up for 3rd. Leading Roll finished 4th. 1 minute 16.61 seconds.
Linda Rice Barn with 2 on the afternoon through the first 3 races. Golden Plate. Kendrick Carmouche aboard cuts back in distance for the win.
Well, this is something we haven't seen between yesterday and so far what we've seen today. A horse making a long, sustained, grinding run from the outside, and that's just what Golden Plate did. So maybe, you know, I'm making a bit more of what I thought the racetrack looked like it was playing, because this horse was completely opposite of what we had seen over the last 2 days.
5-2, pick up the 2nd win of his career. And look, there were 3 battling at this point, sort of up front on the lead, and this one able to sit behind him.
And it was a very fast pace too, right? They went a sub 22 first quarter, 21 and 4.
Especially for this level.
For this level. So it kind of maybe worked to this horse's strength, but yeah, gives me a little bit more hope that this track's just a little bit more on the honest side than I felt like it was yesterday.
Although you see the 3 hanging around a bit, evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 hung in there hard. The Leading Roll got relegated to that hard chase when Henry's Hope showed all that speed that he can show. But here's a horse turning back in distance that just kind of stayed at it doggedly. Smile and Say Cheese had no speed whatsoever, finished with some interest. But Golden Plate just kept coming on the outside run.
6-3, 1-4 finish. Kendrick Carmouche, Linda Rice team up for the victory here in race 3. We're going to get back to stakes action after a quick timeout. A little bit of a break for Mig. Andy Serling going to join me after a timeout. We'll see you back in a couple hours.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Don't let Andy hear. He'll be joining me after this short break. We have the Jockey Club Derby Invitational Grade 2 when we come back. And, of course, the boys in the Champagne trying to book their ticket to the Juvenile. Talking impressive first time out at Saratoga for Danny Gargan. Kendrick Carmouche, who we just saw win, will be aboard in race 7.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Consistency has been the key with Sacred Wish, with Grade 1 form on both dirt and turf. At 3, she came within a neck of Grade 1 Glory Over Dirt in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Then stamped her ticket at 4, capturing the Grade 1 Matriarch, topping a field with 3 Grade 1 winners, including Gina Romantica.
Coming down to the line together, Sacred Wish.
Sacred Wish has won or placed in 9 graded stakes for trainer George Weaver and owners Black Type Thoroughbreds, Swinbank Stables, Steve Atkinson, Christopher Dunn, and Anthony Spinazzola. With earnings of nearly $1.2 million, Sacred Wish is her sire, not this time's highest earning female runner. Her active female family includes Grade 1 winners Bowie's Hero and Sharp Azteca, and traces back to Broodmare of the Year, Kamar. Grade 1 winner Sacred Wish, selling this November with Vinery Sales Agent.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. The old logo from Belmont Park, of course, they opened fall of 2026, and there's the new logo. That was unveiled earlier this week.
I got to tell you, I have not had a sleepless. I've been wondering why I've had trouble sleeping, but the excitement over the new logo, it's clearly the reason.
I thought it might keep you up
undercurrent
nights.
for keeping me up at night.
Good to have it out. It just means we're getting closer
Right,
to the
exactly.
big day, and they're going to be hosting the Breeders' Cup in 2027 at this beautiful, modern, brand new facility.
I like the logo, by the way.
It's great.
I'm good with the logo, yeah. Got the
And
tree.
the facility, if you have not
horse.
seen the renderings, incredible. We're all, this entire sport, very excited about it, ushering a new era.
I agree. Going to be really great getting back there, and actually under a year now. So
Hard to believe,
there's a lot
isn't it?
going on. And just can't wait to get back to Belmont. It's been a long time, but I'm going to miss Aqueduct, and I know you are too. To those that spend time at Aqueduct, you develop an affinity for the Big A. But this is going to be nice.
Looks just beautiful. And again, Breeders' Cup already booked for this new facility in 2027. Of course, neighbors to the Islanders at UBS Arena. Very excited about it.
Hockey season starting momentarily, right?
Preseason's happening right now, but yeah, just a couple of days away, I believe, from getting going. Let's get back to race 3. I want to get your thoughts on, we'll talk about it in a moment, but this racetrack, how you feel it's playing today compared to yesterday when it was very inside and forward leaning.
Right. Well, I mean, if you watch this race, people would say, oh, we're back to having a fair track, something we've had pretty much every day on the main track for the whole meet. I don't agree. You had a 32-1 shot that had no chance on paper, setting up historically crazy fast pace, and can't blame the connections for doing it. They saw the track was playing. And the truth is the 4 Forced to Chase was a bit of a dubious favorite, probably. So this race collapsed because of a wacky pace. But based on the first couple of races, I see nothing to suggest this track has changed from yesterday. You always want to keep an open mind and see if it has, but we may be dealing with a very strong inside bias on this dirt track, something we had not seen at all this meet.
And we're seeing some quick final times early on too, especially
very fast.
Back in that second race with Rated by Merit.
Even that race going 1:16 and change. I mean, for those level horses, that's like track record time for good horses.
Mile and 3/8 on the turf. This is the Jockey Club Derby Invitational Grade 2, $500,000 purse. Chad Brown, Branding Eclipse Award-winning trainer with both Asbury Park and Hill Road. It's Hill Road, the current 8-5 favorite.
But I believe the least likely of the 2 Chad Brown horses in this race. I prefer Asbury Park, who I think is moving forward. Interesting enough, you know, Asbury Park's half-brother won this race in 2019. A horse that some might remember named Spanish Moon, who loved a long distance, and this one stretches out. But I hold Hill Road in high regard in this spot.
You know we're going to show that later, right?
Well, somebody may have given some advance information on that.
Cross country, pick 5. Let's talk about the sequence that's coming up later on this afternoon. We'll begin with the Champagne. Race 7 here at Belmont of the Big A includes the Woodford from Keeneland, Miss Grillo Stakes, Thoroughbred Club of America, and the First Lady out at Keeneland.
Well, First Lady, the first of 2 big Grade 1s, and both those turf stakes at Keeneland are strong. The Champagne, though, the race that we've been waiting for a long time, ever since our buddy Tom Amos's horse broke his maiden so impressively. Tom's here, by the way, but he's not coming over to this side.
He's got better things to do. I don't blame him. Maybe our race of the week.
We have better things to do, too. We're here, Greg.
Everyone talking about it. 17 3/4 length win One of the most brilliant 2-year-old debuts we've seen at Saratoga in years. And now start number 2 coming up. Even money in the morning line. Luis Saez will be back aboard. Let's look at the competition, though, that he'll be taking on. And talking Stradale, they were 1-2 in a race that talking won. Kendrick Carmouche will be back aboard for Danny Gargan.
I like Stradale out of this race. I thought he did all the dirty work, setting a wicked fast pace and narrowly getting beaten at the end by Talkin, who had an absolutely perfect trip. Now, Talkin drew well in theory towards the outside, but Stradale could be the inside speed, something that could make him extra dangerous on this racetrack.
Indeed. We'll continue to pay attention to how this track is playing. But yeah, Stradale, he was very forward, had a 3-length lead, and then just got run down late by Talkin.
And his debut was a nightmare where the winner of that race just completely eliminated him at the start.
So that to come, 3:20 Eastern start time. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And, you know, if we saw anything even remotely in the area code of what It's Our Time did first time out, likely going to go to the Breeders' Cup as a favorite. But you got to do it. Things could change a lot from start 1 to start 2.
I agree. You know, you don't want to compare them after one start to the talents like Devil's Bag, Seattle Slew, Uncle Mo, but they were all horses that had broken their maidens incredibly impressively. 2 of them in Saratoga. Seattle Slew did it opening week at Belmont Park when we came down, and they came in the Champagne and they strutted their stuff, and obviously were 3 of the great horses of all time. Devil's Bag, one of the greatest 2-year-olds ever. He just didn't go on with it at 3. We'll see if we get that kind of performance today. It's exciting to even think about the possibility of this horse duplicating that performance.
That, again, still to come. Race 7, 3:20 Eastern, Grade 1 Champagne. We're going to take a timeout. Graded Stakes, Jockey Club Derby Invitational, mile 3/8 on the lawn. When we return, Hill Road, 1 of 2 for Chad Brown, the current 8-5 favorite. Andy prefers the stablemate. We'll be back.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Today, play the special double at Naira Bets. First leg, today's Champagne from Belmont at the Big A. Second leg, tomorrow's Arc de Triomphe from Longchamp Racecourse. Watch on FS1. Play at Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And now Spanish Mission on the far outside is set down for the final furlong, and here he comes. And he's coming with Pedro Cara, who strikes the front at the 16th pole. Spanish Mission runs up alongside. Pedro Cara digs in. Spanish Mission runs at him. These two noses apart on the wire.
2019 edition of one Andy brought up earlier, yes, Spanish Mission. Half-brother Asbury Park will be running in this year's edition of the Jockey Club Derby with a big performance. One is the favorite that year.
And a horse that was proficient going two-plus miles. So at least the dam side, we know there's pedigree for this horse to be able to handle this kind of move forward. And Spanish Mission, a nice horse. Asbury Park, a little bit of an against-it trip last time. I think he's moving forward, but I do respect Hill Road, and I think Crudo is a threat to wire this field as well.
There is the brother to Spanish Mission who won over $2 million in his career, globe trotting. So Asbury Park, how'd you feel about that Saranac from him last time out?
I thought he ran very well when you look at the race because the vast majority of the running was done by horses that saved ground throughout the running. Now, to be fair, Crudo was outside as well, stalking the pace in there. But it was a very moderate pace, and I think for Asbury Park to have made as effective a run as he did, especially considering he was wide for much of the running of that race, I think it's a real feather in his cap. I like his chances today. I think he's going to run very, very well. But like I said, I respect Hill Road, and Crudo could be dangerous with Kendrick on the front end.
Well, here's that Saranac. It was Stars and Strides, a Mott runner who beat him in this race.
He camped the rail. The second place finisher came up the rail, and this horse was out in the middle of the racetrack. And keep in mind, this was closing day at Saratoga, and they had just taken the rails down that day on both turf courses, and arguably it was a real advantage to be saving ground.
Right now, 5-2. It's his stablemate who is the favorite. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And starting there with Asbury Park, as you guys talked about, certainly as the pedigree being the half-brother to Spanish Mission to appreciate more distance. However, looking at him here in the paddock once again, he doesn't necessarily strike you as one that would want to go longer. He's a little bit more compact and short couple, kind of built like a mile and a 16th type. And he's also a pretty energetic horse. He's on the muscle a lot more than I was anticipating today as well. Now, I agree with Andy. I do think that he ran better than it looked in that Saranac last time out. But I also thought it was interesting looking at his past performances. Remember Maggie Wolfendale and I having a conversation about him last time, and she was of the opinion that he is the type of horse that appreciates some cut in the ground. He's certainly not going to get that today. And looking at the way that he's put together, he is a little bit of a handier type of frame, so I could see that he certainly would handle it, if not prefer a softer turf. But look, he looks tremendous. Just wondering, does he necessarily get better with distance? Now his stablemate, the number 4, Hill Road, he absolutely looks like one who wants distance. You have to give him credit, showed up. He won the Peter Pan against kind of the second-tier group of 3-year-olds, and then he ran in the Belmont, he ran in the Jim Dandy, trying to get a piece against the best of the division. The 3-year-old dirt division is incredibly tough this year. Unfortunately, the 3-year-old turf division is very soft, so I can certainly understand moving him back to the turf, which is actually the surface which he started his career on, winning with David Egan aboard in Ireland at first asking, and David here at Aqueduct to ride him again today. I thought that he actually ran pretty well last time out in the Nashville Derby, where he just didn't have any speed, and he is a late closing type, but up the rail, while the top 2 were best in there, and I think with some nice horses in that field. So one that I really think, while he isn't necessarily overly turf looking, we know that he can effectively handle either surface, and I think just a logical spot for him. I like the 3 Crudo, though. I think that there's a chance that he could potentially be the controlling speed in this race, and out of that Saranac, he was pressing on the outside, thought that it was his first turf race thus far. He was certainly able to handle it, as he does have some pedigree for the grass, and he, like Hill Road, tried some of the best in the Belmont, and then even trying the Curlin as well. I like him sticking to the turf. He's also continued to grow and fill out too. When I first saw him back this summer in Saratoga for that Belmont, he was a little bit of a more of a lighter type, especially compared to the impressive physicals of a Sovereignty and a Journalism, but he has filled out in all the right ways, and I think his speed, combined with his ability to handle the grass, could serve him well in this spot, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. We have a pick 4 that starts here. We're 9 minutes to post. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. You can play everything right there at Naira Bets. New members get that offer. $200 deposit match, new customer bonus with that code match200 at sign up.
I am shocked that no Euros came over for this $500,000 purse. It's a race that Yabir won, actually, the year that he won the Breeders' Cup Turf. And the reality is that 3-year-olds, they have no experience going long at this point in their careers on turf. And in my opinion, this is really a sort of a not a race I would have carded because you're asking ours to do something they just haven't had experience at, and so you're not really likely to get a big field. And I'm just surprised that no Euros would want to come over for what could be relatively easy pickings. And $500,000 is a lot of money.
Especially when we've seen a big influx of, Charlie Appleby and, for a while, Joseph O'Brien was coming to Saratoga.
Won Saratoga Derby at a shorter distance, I agree. And, I mean, especially at a mile and 3/8, because in Europe, they're running in these long-distance races. They have the experience. They know the ones that can go the distance. Here, it's pretty much guessing.
A Bourbon for Toby, Tom Morley barn, Jose Lezcano, 10-1.
Yeah, this is a maiden in here, but he's run effectively. He needs to learn to break a little better. I don't blame Tom for taking a shot, though.
1 of 2 for Chad Brown. Here is Asbury Park.
I don't think this is a horse that's moving forward. I just worry he could be a little bit of a victim of pace.
Crudo can be forward for Todd Pletcher with Kendrick Carmouche.
I agree with Acacia. I think he is a potential upsetter in this race. Not untalented either.
Hill Road, he ran good going a mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs.
I think they just realize he's not good enough to beat the top 3-year-olds, so on dirts, they'll try the turf. Which
Hammerhead, Kevin Attard with Joel Rosario.
Another horse that possesses very little speed. They did have a bit of a trip last time, to say the least.
Noble Confessor for Pletcher as well can be forward also.
Yeah, but I think the 3 is a better horse with more speed. We'll see, though.
And then Game Warrior coming in from the West Coast for Peter Miller.
Where he did finish 3rd in the Del Mar Derby. I didn't think it was that strong a race, though, overall.
Joel Rosario, he will be on board Hammerhead for the trainer standing by with Acacia.
That's right. Very happy to be here with Kevin Attard as Hammerhead comes out. And this is a horse that he certainly looks like should appreciate the added ground today. What are your thoughts on him stretching out a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. We think he kind of wants this. So obviously this is an opportunity for him to get this kind of trip. And we're hoping things go his way.
I know he's a deep closing type typically. Things certainly did not go his way last time out, though.
Yeah, it was a weird trip. He kind of got shuffled right back and just never really got going. I don't really have an excuse for that performance. It was very disappointing. I thought, we had a good shot in that race, but he's rebounded well. He's had a couple good works in the interim, and we're looking forward to today.
And what was it about this race that appealed to taking a shot, going back into stakes company for him here?
Well, the distance obviously is the appealing part, and the race was just kind of shaping up like it was going to be a little bit on the smaller side, so we figured we'd take a crack at it.
I appreciate seeing him here. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
Very good trainer, and I think he has a very interesting one later today. That Miss Grillo is going to be stretching out in Dinah. Gets in from the also eligible list.
That horse is okay. It's a tough post sketch, and it's not an easy field, but I agree. That's an interesting horse getting it off the AEs.
So 5 minutes to post here in this Jockey Club Derby Invitational. It's Hill Road. Of the 2 Chad Brown runners, this one is the favorite, 6-5, coming out of that Grade 3 Nashville Derby at Kentucky Downs.
Where he actually ran pretty well. Test scorer, who won the Belmont Derby before finishing, I think, 3rd, narrowly beaten 3rd in the Saratoga Derby, finished just behind this one. The winner was a solid European, and Burnham Square, who finished 2nd, had been competing well at the highest levels in the dirt. They just decided to try turf, and he clearly handled it. So it was a good field, and he ran fine. I have nothing against him. I do think he is the worst to beat in here. I just happen to prefer Asbury Park, but I'm not discounting this horse. I think he is A-OK. Is he going to be, though, as effective at the distance? That's a question. That was a mile and 5/16, and he wasn't finishing that well, but a more demanding mile and 5/16. So he'll probably be fine.
Configured race course for those that aren't familiar with it.
And people wondering about David Egan riding. It's a fair question. Now, he did ride this horse in his first 2 starts, and he won the first time out. I don't know the circumstances he's riding, but a lot of riders are out of town, and maybe the connections wanted to give him another mount on him. He was eager to take them out. He had experienced the horse before, and they felt it was a good option. I can't blame them for that.
Yeah, that more than anything on today's card kind of made you take a second look and say, wow, what's this rider doing aboard for Chad Brown? But yeah, as you mentioned, aboard for the debut. It was a win. That was in Ireland at Leopardstown, and gets the call today.
I did see him at the replay center in the jockey's room getting ready, so he's done his homework. And listen, he's no horse to beat. I just think that Asbury Park might be a little bit on the come. I think
And here he is.
he broke his maiden very impressively. He had a rotten trip in that race 2 back. And then last time out, I thought he ran the best race of anybody ultimately in the Saranac. And I like that Chad Brown's being aggressive with him here. I do respect Hill Road, and I agree with Acacia that Crudo's a threat on the front end. We'll see. Is he the one that's going, or will Santana be aggressive with Noble Confessor? If Noble Confessor doesn't get in the way of Crudo, he could put this field in position where he could lead them on a merry chase.
That could be interesting to see with these two stablemates who both have tactical speed. Let's go down to Acacia.
It will be very intriguing. As you mentioned, the 2 speeds in this race both coming from the same barn. Well, circling back to the number 5, Hammerhead, as you just heard in that interview, not one with some early speed, but a horse that I do think is going to make a better account of him. He stacks up favorably with his competition in here, and as I touched on, I like the added ground for him as he stretches out from the mile. He is big, he's solid. Son of Warfront, you really see that influence come in for him, and he was a short price in the Toronto Cup last time out, where he was just off slow, shuffled back, and just never really looked like he got comfortable and into his stride. I think he is an intriguing new face in here. And speaking of new faces, the number 7, Game Warrior, thought it worth touching on him as he does come in from California for Peter Miller. Typically, as we've talked about, the California turf horses not necessarily going to be as strong perhaps as the New York turf horses, or at least East Coast turf horses that we do see. And we'll see how that form stacks up, as he will also stretch out to go the furthest that he has. He is a big, broad individual. He's very strong, acted incredibly professionally throughout the preliminaries here. He's obviously carried his weight very well from shipping. I do question, like I said, how he stacks up class-wise, but he is a horse that, while he was a little bit off the pace in the Del Mar Derby last time, he does not one that's necessarily overly pace compromised and can put himself into the race a little bit. Curious to see as they too are taking a shot in what I think is a little bit of a wide open division in here, Greg.
2 minutes to post. Grade 2 Jockey Club Derby Invitational. The big question is going to be just who can last this mile and 3/8.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't think there's anybody. I mean, well, Bourbon for Toby did run a good third in a mile and 3/8. And Hill Road tried a mile and 5/16 last time. So we have seen, and Noble Confessor was ineffective in that same race. But in general, we don't run mile and 3/8 and mile and a half races for 3-year-olds. If you're going to get experience running these, you have to run against older horses. And for the most part, you know, we just don't run these races on the turf for 3-year-olds. So it's unproven territory. And like I said, how is it possible that nobody with a European horse thought, I want to ship over for that $500,000 purse where I might be a heavy favorite in there? It makes no sense to me. And I mean, it's better for our horses they didn't come, but it feels like somebody's dropped the ball and not taking a shot in this race with horses that may have more experience, be better at longer distances, and would be relatively short prices for $500,000.
Yeah, strange omission to not see any European invaders. Again, get signed up. Match 200, that code for new members to play at Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. With our big ones still to come, obviously, this is a grade 2, but 3 win-in-your-in races still on the docket, including for 2-year-old fillies, the first of that trio, the grade 1 Frizette, that looks like a race now with Tommy Joe not being nearly as impressive as she was in the spin-away, that division for 2-year-old fillies is now wide open.
Talking to Kendrick Carmouche, who's ridden both of them. And he is very high in his chances with Caramel Coast. He was as impressed as he should have been with her debut, and we were talking about them. And I was saying how, you know, obviously the Tommy Jones spin-away was a one-race deal with Johnny going out of town to ride, but he may be on the right one anyway.
Carmel Coast, 7-2 morning line. I would not expect that in the Frizette.
Do you think Clint Eastwood's betting on her?
I would think so.
Former mayor of Carmel?
She was very impressive in the debut. See if she can back it up in her graded stakes debut coming up on our coverage ahead. Right now, grade 2 Jockey Club Derby Invitational, Hill Road, 1 of 2 for Chad Brown, the favorite. Chris Griffin, the call.
Confessor, Ricardo Santana Jr. Next to move forward, and it'll be Florent Giroux on Game Warrior to complete the lineup. Grade 2, $500,000. All set. And they're off. Asks for speed from the outside is Game Warrior. Wants to be forwardly placed and now going to take back as they all want the front, but now Crudo does emerge, and Crudo is the leader. Crudo will take him into the turn. Crudo, a little keen, wants to sprint. Is up by a full length and a half. Noble Confessor, Ricardo Santana Jr. trying to ration out that speed and slow things down. Florangeroux on Game Warrior is going to be wide into that turn as they reach the top of the lane. It's going to be Crudo who shows the way, and Crudo has the lead, is doing it easily now. Just loping along, is up by 2. Noble Confessor to the outside of a Bourbon for Toby and Jose Lescano at the rail. It'll be a ground-saving journey. They're in third. Now alone in fourth is Game Warrior trying to save some ground. Just behind them, that's Hill Road. The 2 at the back, Asbury Park with Hammerhead. 23.79 for the opening quarter mile. They went 48.30 for a half. Crudo is the target, and Crudo is the leader. It's Crudo in front. Noble Confessor continues to chase right here from second, just patiently ridden. A Bourbon for Toby is at the rail. Jose Lescano looking over his right shoulder here as a Bourbon for Toby starts to get a little keen, wants to get up here in the early mix with Crudo. Crudo is on the backstretch, moving nicely, is up by a length. Noble Confessor and a Bourbon for Toby. Game Warrior still in that fourth position. Hill Road is watching every move, and here comes Asbury Park. Manny Franco lets Asbury Park move on through, just glides into the fifth position with still the trailer. Hammerhead. 1:14 flat for 3/4 of a mile. It's the Jockey Club Derby Invitational, and it's Crudo who's in front, who will take him into the far turn. He's led the entire journey. Can Crudo see this off? A Bourbon for Toby wants to go, is at the rail here with now a shoved along Noble Confessor. Asbury Park. Lot of horse, nowhere to go right now. Looking for a seam as Manny Franco. Crudo reaches the top of the lane. Crudo's trying to sprint away. Asbury Park with every shot. A Bourbon for Toby's trying to bust loose. Hammerhead's going to take an inside route. Here comes Asbury Park lifting, coming after Crudo, who's got the lead. Noble Confessor battles on. No room there. Hammerhead just got stopped. Also trying to run on his Hill Road, but getting the first jump was Asbury Park. Asbury Park, much the best, wins the Grade 2 Jockey Club Derby Invitational. Asbury Park over Noble Confessor, then came Hill Road in a photo with Crudo.
It is the other Chad Brown runner, Asbury Park, who goes off second choice. Impressive here, pulling away in the Jockey Club Derby Invitational down the stretch.
Couldn't have gotten a better trip under Manny, who saved ground the whole way, angled out, found that seam coming to the top of the stretch, and just flew on by these horses. Was the other Todd Pletcher was actually also, so we had the other Chad Brown winning, and I believe the other Todd Pletcher finishing second. His Noble Confessor actually ran pretty well to be second. Crudo just couldn't stay the trip on the outside. But, man, I mean, this horse, he absolutely embarrassed this field.
Well, this was impressive in those green silks of Peter Brandt. Manny Franco asked for more, and he gets it here as he scoots away from this group.
And I'm sure he's glad the Euros didn't show up. Maybe he would have beaten him anyway, but this was a very impressive performance by him. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see what they do with him, because the Hollywood Derby, the Grade 1 that so many people want to be in, and Chad Brown has had success, and it's a 1 1/8. Do you cut him back? I think you probably do. But he also shows that this could be a horse, you know, and that could really be a force to be reckoned with in those distance races next year. And outside of Charlie Appleby, feels like you want to be a U.S.-based horse running in those races, because they're pretty much up for grabs besides the Godolphin runners.
Easy time here with this group. 2-6-4-3 Asbury Park. At just a maiden win on the resume at Saratoga this summer back in June. So a couple months later, now a Grade 2 winner at a 1 3/8.
Yeah, he's a horse that, you know, I mean, when you started to take him apart, he was a lot better than he looked in there. And Hill Road's a nice horse, but it just feels like Hill Road's one of these kind of horses that just does some running in the races, but he doesn't have that oomph. This horse had some oomph, and he absolutely smoked this field.
2 for Manny Franco this afternoon. And as you had said, well done, saving ground. And then this horse did the rest. Yeah, kicking into gear down the stretch.
He exploded. And, you know, Manny, I know, you know, Manny struggled a little bit in Saratoga. It's tough. It's tough competition. But his riding skills have been on full display here since we got back to Aqueduct, where he's been riding incredibly well.
Now, we showed you the win from this one's brother back in 2019. That was Spanish Mission. And now Asbury Park equals the feat with a victory 6 years later. Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, Manny Franco team up for the win. 2 today for Manny. It's Asbury Park in the Jockey Club Derby Invitational.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now, $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 and a half, $1,600,000. Thank you.
Two-win day for this man right here, Manny Franco. It is Asbury Park, equaling his brother's feat Spanish Mission in this race back in 2019. Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, and a grade 2 win in the Jockey Club Derby Invitational for Asbury Park.
And I'm guessing Chad is at Keeneland for some of the big race today. Dan Stupp, the assistant in New York, saddling this horse, and very impressive win by him.
2 for Manny. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And here with Manny again for another interview as well. As Manny, you could see with Asbury Park, you had a ton of horse there just waiting for room, and he kicked on when you got clear sailing.
Yeah, I do. I have a lot of horse under me. He was traveling so well, taking me the whole way around. I just decided to stay inside and keep saving ground until I decided to tip out. And when I tip out, he was there for me. I was really happy when I get the run in the cuerpo, and he exploded.
It seems like after the race, he was still flying on the gallop out too.
I know he don't want to pull up. After a while, I said to the pony, "Hey, come and grab me because I can pull him up."
It has to be a really good feeling. 2-win day, both stakes so far, and for Chad Brown as well. We see you riding hard all year round, but riding exceptionally well right now, it seems.
Thank you, guys. I mean, I'm in the right horses, I think, and I don't take anything for granted. Every time I get a chance, I try to do my best, and that's what I'm doing. So, get the most of the opportunities.
Doing it well. Congratulations on another win.
Thank you, Acacia.
Manny Franco with the victory, and in Peter Brandt Silks, but Vinny Viola, St. Elias, co-owner of this one, owner of the runner-up, and he also bred both in the Exacta too, Greg.
That's a pretty good feeling. Some hardware to collect.
Good day for Vinny already with his returnee in race number 2 in the Rated by Merit, staying undefeated, winning the Discovery.
Yeah, 5 for 5, winning off a long layoff in his 3-year-old return. Asbury Park, $6.96 for the win. Noble Confessor, Hill Road, complete the trifecta.
The disappointing thing about the paying out to the pennies is you can't really use the phrase match jingles as much anymore. That was close to max jingles, $6.96.
I've heard you say that for years.
That's a Jason Blewett thing. I stole that from Jason.
Race 5 is going to start a mandatory pay pick 5. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Made an optional claiming race. So a few with that tag in here for $75,000. 7-2, very difficult betting race. Amelia Green's Devilish Grin, the 3, opens as a very modest favorite.
Appears, wow, this horse is going to be favored. They see that she ran a stake and they got all excited. Don't get excited.
Wide open race.
I agree. I like the 5 and 9. I think the winner will be one of those two.
The 11 was interesting, taking no money right now. Talk more about this field when we come back. We got 21 minutes away until this 5th race. We're going to take a timeout. Talk Distaff division. We know who the leader is. It's no question. Last year's Distaff winner, reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna. They all got to beat her. She'll be back in action tomorrow in the Spinster. We'll talk about who she's taking on in that race at Keeneland. Scottish Lassie, can she get back on track from that brilliance we saw in the Coaching Club American Oaks? Stay with us.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Zacchio, Flatterer, Flat Top, McDynamo, Goodnight Shirt, Snap Decision, legends that have defined steeplechasing's finest hour. For over a century, the Far Hills Race Meeting has set the gold standard for racing. On October 18th, the tradition continues at Moreland Farm. Come be a part of the pageantry, beauty, and excitement of steeplechase racing's biggest day. Tickets are available now at farhillsrace.org.
Here's the oncoming strides of Scottish Lassie, and now Scottish Lassie is set for home. Scottish Lassie is now opening up on the field, and look at Scottish Lassie open up. A final furlong left to go. Scottish Lassie is now widening this margin and opening up in the Frizette. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie punches her ticket, and she's on to the Breeders' Cup. She wins the Frizette easily.
But Scottish Lassie has opened up and appears to be cruising in the middle of the racetrack. It's Scottish Lassie all alone with a furlong left to go. Immersive is trying to hold second over Dry Powder. A spectacular display. from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths. What an amazing effort. Scottish Lassie and the Coaching Club American Oaks.
That incredible talent, obviously it is there for Scottish Lassie, dominant in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She did not back it up in a return in the Cotillion, but it's on to the Breeders' Cup Distaff and a date with Torpedo Anna. Which Scottish Lassie we're going to see? Even as a 2-year-old in the Frizette, she was brilliant, but then it took a little time to see it again.
I don't know. I mean, that's the $1 million question, or in this case, a $2 million question. Because in there's a horse that can compete in this race, but it's not the horse that we saw in the Cotillion. But you're right, she's such an odd horse. When she runs her big race, she's very, very good. Otherwise, she's ordinary. But she has 2 very, very good races in her resume.
Flopped in the Cotillion, but now it's on to Del Mar and a date with Torpedo Anna. Meanwhile, trainer Jorge Abreu will be sending one out in this race coming out. Torpedo Anna still just remarkable. How consistent, how game, what a champion she is, the reigning horse of the year. She's back in action tomorrow at Keeneland in the Spinster in her final prep to try and defend her championship in the Distaff.
And I thought the win the Personal Ensign was the first time that we got a glimpse of the very good Torpedo Anna we saw as a 3-year-old, where while she won a lucky head bob in there, she ran better than the runner-up. And I take nothing away from the runner-up. Torpedo ran very well. But she made the first move into a pace that collapsed, and it ran extremely well. And that's a good sign for her and in general, and maybe a bad sign for her competition. The thing is, the competition that's likely to be at the top level for her are California-based runners out at Del Mar for trainer Bob Baffert. That could be a problem for her, but we've seen her overcome a lot in the past.
Or is there someone else? Tomorrow she's going to tackle someone who had been thought of as the best 3-year-old turf filly in the land. She's proved she is a lot better now on dirt. That is Nitrogen, who will tackle Torpedo Anna in the Spencer. For more, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, 3-year-old facing older in that Spinster for Nitrogen, who did win the Alabama, where she was able to sit up close to a relatively moderate pace set by her stablemate in Lucara, who turns out just doesn't really want the distance. Give a lot of credit to Nitrogen, as she's a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf. Just missed getting a grade 1 on the grass when beaten in the Belmont Oaks, and then came back and won a grade 1 in the Alabama on the dirt, going 1.25 miles. So she's certainly shown that she can handle distance. Now, taking on the 3-year-olds in what has been a pretty wide open 3-year-old division, where it seems that these fillies just all are taking turns beating one another. And now she has to go on and face older. Not only Torpedo Anna, I think Scylla a little bit interesting stretching back out, though she's not one that is a winning type, or at least not recently. But it will be a tall order for Nitrogen. It does seem that she has been one of the leaders of the 3-year-old filly division on both surfaces. We'll see what she can do facing older horses, as often, Greg, that is a totally different ball game, as you have some tried and true runners that she will have to take on, both in the Spinster tomorrow and of course in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, should she go that way.
Nitrogen, she was one of the really exciting storylines of Saratoga. It's so good on grass and then making that switch, and it was a big gamble moving to dirt. So we'll see how she stacks up against Torpedo Anna on Sunday. Meanwhile, this division, as we head towards the Breeders' Cup, for Torpedo Anna a chance to repeat. You look out to the West Coast and Bob Baffert, and 2 main threats, obviously Seismic Beauty, your last 2 starts. Looks like she has just become a different kind of filly, and one that's maybe Torpedo Anna's going to be looking up at.
Well, let me ask you a question. You're the morning line maker. Who do you make the favorite? Isn't she going to be favored over Torpedo Anna?
I just don't know if you can do it. Figures-wise, she should be, but off 2 starts, right?
And listen, I don't want to completely discount Dorth Vader, who ran so well in the Personal Ensign. Even Cavalieri, who may be the second best. The Bob Baffert horses are contenders in a year. The one thing that I think is good, at least as of now, less than a month away, 4 weeks away from the Distaff, it looks like it's going to be a far more competitive race than last year. Taking nothing away from Torpedo Anna, who was deserving champion last year, and last year's crop, a very deserving horse of the year. It was a bad Distaff, one of the worst Distaffs we've ever run. Now, she might have won a good Distaff. I think this year we're going to get a much stronger version of the race, and that's the way it should be.
Seismic Beauty, 110 Buyer speed figure, and that was at Del Mar, where the Breeders' Cup is going to be this year. Torpedo Anna has not got close to that number this year.
And I think it's going to be great because Scylla's going to upset the Spinster tomorrow, and then she's going to cut back and she's going to win the Breeders' Cup. Sorry, finish second in the Filly and Mare.
The way
Dirt Sprint.
the mind of Andy Serling works, we will see if that happens. It could. We'll find out. We're going to take a timeout. Tom Amos, it's our time. Still to come in the Champagne off that brilliant debut at Saratoga. Stay with us.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. So race 5 coming up next, going a mile and a 16th on the turf. Made an optional claiming for the 2-year-olds, and starting things off with the horse that is taking the early money for Amelia Green, and that is the number 3 Devilish Grin, who stretched out in distance last time out when in the PG Johnson. I know that she finished 3rd that day. I thought she was kind of mid-pack chasing. The field was pretty spread out. Thought that she could have gotten 2nd in there. She did run on outside a little bit. We'll see what she can do coming back into maidens. Always my complaint with her is that she just has not strengthened in her hind end, and I still feel that way. I just wish that she'd taken a bit more of a step forward, but we'll see. As I mentioned, she does get a little bit of class relief given the stakes company she was facing last time out. The number 5, Rose Lisa, she has stepped forward from her debut, as she was one that I had actually liked a bit at a big price that day against fellow New York breds. Bloomington will be in the Miss Grillo later. Cosmic Candy Girl came back to win, and even Maria Callas came back to win yesterday when cutting back in distance. So a live race that she did face. I think she's stronger while she's on her toes, and she did get a touch warm. It's a warm day today, but she really has taken a step forward from 1st to 2nd start. The number 9, Pan Pan, gets back onto the turf, which is the surface I think she prefers. She is such a lovely mover, the way that she floats over the ground. I like her on the grass, and this is her first time on the turf with blinkers. She was disappointing last time on the main track, but I think getting back to the grass should suit her. And she's sharp, and she's another one that has continued to develop with racing. I think these are the conditions that she wants, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post parade here coming up. We'll start with Ertika. Todd Pletcher, Louis Saez gets on grass for the first time.
Dan was a two-time turf winner, including win at Belmont Park for trainer Kieran McLaughlin. And I think this horse is a little bit interesting, first time on the grass.
Second dam, grade 3 winner on the grass as well. Sparkling Mama, 2 sprints stretching out, but those were both on dirt.
Blinkers on. You got to think Christopher Elliott's going to go to the lead with this filly. Whether or not she's good enough for a turf horse, we'll find out.
Devilish Grin was a distant third in the P.G. Johnson at Saratoga.
She can be forwardly placed in here. I think she's getting overbet because she ran a stake race.
Carlos Martin with Carey.
I wish she had done a little bit of running, what I thought was kind of a slow race last time.
Jorge Abreu's second-time starter, Rose Lisa.
She comes out of a very good field, a New York bred facing New York bred last time, where she ran extremely well, I thought, with a wide trip.
Some turf pedigree with Last Call Jenna is a big number.
Yeah, but she's running the grass, and I was looking for something, and she didn't do any running.
Here's Princess Celine, Brad Cox.
Broke a little slowly last time, but she too didn't do much running.
Pan, John Ortiz was third in that maiden special at Saratoga.
I think she's the horse to beat. I picked the race 5-9-1, and I think Pan is very solid off her one turf race.
River Empress went by. Here's Defining Role, first-time starter, the second dam Sightseek, who did run once on the turf with an 85 buyer.
She ran second. She ran the turf in her second career start after blowing out a maiden field for her win by like 11 lengths in Saratoga. And she was so good in the dirt, Bobby never ran her back there. But there is turf pedigree there.
Seven-time Grade 1 winner on the dirt. Smiling Rosie, blinkers on, went by, and that Salt Princess gets in for David Donk, missed by a head in the debut on the grass.
Does come out of a slow race, though, and draws poorly getting in off the AEs.
All right, so let's go back to the one you like in here, Rose Lisa for Jorge Abreu.
Well,
the 5.
You know, she had the wrong trip in 2 ways. She was wide around the track that day, but she was also right on top of a pace that absolutely fell apart. The 2 speeds in there finished 10th and 9th, 4.5 and another 8 1/4 lengths behind her. I thought that she ran really well in this race with an outside chase and just think she's in a much softer spot today. And while I like the 9 and think Pan's the horse to beat, I just thought she'd be a better price, and I didn't think there was that much of a discrepancy between their chances, so I took her on top.
Well, let's look at the 9. Joel Rosario, there's Pan. Only turf start. It was a mile, maiden special at Saratoga. Sat just off the early pace and wound up third behind a winner who'd come back to win again next out.
Time to Dream was very impressive winning her next start, the P.G. Johnson. She was a disappointing third yesterday in the Jessamine at Keeneland. Some people think she had a bad trip. I'm not in that category, but that's fine. It was not a very fast race, but it was still a productive race. And Time to Dream would be about 1 to 9 in this race, and thought she ran a credible race behind her.
See how she fares. That was John Velasquez aboard for that turf debut. Rosario again today at 9 to 2. And yeah, I would agree with you. It's just people seeing stakes race, P.G. Johnson, why this one, the 3, is favored. But a lot of times it's horses coming off a maiden win.
Somebody I used to hang out at the racetrack with used to refer to it as stake-faced. When they come in stake-faced, they take extra attention. And I sort of get it, except you're supposed to handicap based on the races they've run, not necessarily the races they've been in. It's one thing if you're in a live maiden race that came back a little slow, but you look at how horses did come out of the race. A lot of horses have improved out of it, maybe a better race than it looks. I don't know. I don't think Devilish Grin did any real running in that race and finishing third. I'm not saying she's impossible, but I don't think she's supposed to be 2 to 1 in this race.
No. Let's go down to Acacia.
I think that this is an actually intriguing group as to who might take a step forward in here. Taking a look at the number 1, Ertika, who does get onto the turf for the first time. As you guys were talking about the pedigree, and she looks like a turf horse as well. She's by Essential Quality, who can get a turf runner. Not only was the dam a 2-time turf winner, but the second dam was a graded stakes winner on the grass as well. She comes out of a live race in an off-the-turf field, but I think she's getting onto the surface that she will prefer. She's not the biggest. I wouldn't look at her and wouldn't say she's certainly convincing for distance, but it looks like she has the demeanor of one who wants to go long. So I don't mind the stretch out either, as of course those off the turf races in Saratoga will go to 7 furlongs, so she'll get to go the 2 turns for the first time today. The number 11 is a first-time starter. In fact, the lone first-time starter in this field, and that's Defining Roll. She has a beautiful pedigree, but not necessarily one that screams turf. The dam was unraced. The second dam was multiple Grade 1 winners, Sightseek, won the Beldame, the Phipps, etc. Not necessarily turf influence there, but a lot of I should say the dam was by Flintshire, and sometimes you do see the dam sire influence. This one has a massive flat turf hoof on her. I think she's well spotted in here, and I like the progeny of Street Boss. I think that they are relatively versatile. She's big for the pedigree too. There's a lot of size for her, and looking on First TV, you have to go pretty far back to the end of August. We can watch her actually breeze on the turf where she went solo back on August 22nd, and she moved beautifully over the grass. So she's a generous price, coming down a little bit now to 10-1, but I think in a first-time starter that is well spotted for Tony Dutrow, whose barn has been going very well recently, and I think that these are the conditions that suit her. Greg?
10-1 on this first-time starter, Ricardo Santana Jr. Intriguing with that pedigree, certainly the second dam.
I view the Juddmonte dams in a very similar way to how I view the Phipps dams. A lot of times you'll see them running on dirt like Sightseek did for most of her career, the one race on turf, as you mentioned. But there's always turf in the pedigrees. You know, it's like Heavenly Prize, who was one of my favorite race mares of theirs of all time. Well, her best horse was Good Reward, who was a multiple Grade 1 winner on the turf. There's always turf. There's Bold Ruler, there's Buck Passer. There's so much turf going back. And I feel like with Juddmonte, I don't care if they have a seed production on it. I just feel like there's always turf in those pedigrees.
Here she is, Defining Roll for the debut coming up. Tough race to read.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and I love Street Bosses, right? I'd love to ask Tony about Defining Roll. I think of Street Boss as a more effective sire going a bit shorter. But I guess he figures from the dam side, it's much more distance to go there here. And listen, we don't know if this horse can run at all anymore, and Tony may just try to find a race to get her started in, and it is clearly a turfy type pedigree, especially with the Street Boss as well.
But look, 8-5, this is getting borderline ridiculous on the 3, isn't it?
Oh, no. It's ridiculous is in the rearview mirror. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to be wrong when this horse wins. I would love to book this horse at 8-5. I think this is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what edge this horse has on others in the race, and they're betting it like in a big field, like it's sort of already been run.
Wow. Look, the winner did come back, ran third in the Jessamine yesterday at Keeneland.
She did.
The other day.
But she did not run as well yesterday as I think she did in that race. No, she can win. I don't think there's anybody here that's going to tell you this horse can't win, but 8-5 just seems too low. And I don't think it's going to be reflected in the exactas. For instance, the 5-9 exacta box is paying roughly $50. So you're already going to hear, people crying that don't understand that there's no CAW money in the win pool. I wonder if the 3 in CAW play is closer to 3-1. I think that this is a good example of why it's important to be paying attention to win and why win can be the best pool to play in some cases. Not always, but sometimes.
Manny Franco, 2-win day, looking for number 3 on what we believe to be an overbet favorite at 8-5. We'll see what happens with Devilish Grin. Set for the 5th start of a mandatory pay pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Smiling Rosie will be stepping forward now. Salt Princess to the outside. Here's Salt Princess going in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Rose Lisa in between horses. Here comes Pan Pan to join that early mix, and Sparkling Mama down towards the inside with Last Call Jenna now emerging to be a top leader. As they move into that first turn, Sparkling Mama has the speed. Last Call Jenna right towards her outside, and a little keen on the outside. Last Call Jenna wants to go. Jamie Rodriguez trying to slow things down. In behind them, that's Rose Lisa with Pan Pan. That's the leading 4, and they all want to move quickly. That opening quarter mile was 23 and 4. They stack up now in behind Sparkling Mama. Back to 5th is Ertika. Is now in between horses moving forward. That's going to be defining role in the center of the course. That's Salt Princess trying to make up some ground from 5th. Just behind them, Devilish Grin starts to warm to the task, and they're followed by another pair. That's Carrie with River Empress. Towards the back end of the field, it's Smiling Rosie with the trailer, Princess Celine. 48.59 for the half-mile time, and Sparkling Mama still in front. Christopher Elliott and Sparkling Mama still up by 3/4 of a length. Last Call Jenna, the big long shot is more settled now as Pan Pan has moved over to the rail. Pan Pan just gliding into it, and here comes Pan Pan, is moving through to the inside of Last Call Jenna. Will move right outside to the 2-path here, it looks like, as they approach the top of the lane. Salt Princess is trying to rally on, also trying to come out wide here. Here comes the rally from Devilish Grin, who's in the mix. 4 across the course, and the leader is Salt Princess. Pan Pan is trying to keep up. Devilish Grin has now got the top 2 in sights. Also River Empress trying to run on, and Rose Lisa. The leader is Salt Princess. Can Devilish Grin catch the top 2 as they approach the final 16th? It's Salt Princess, Devilish Grin. Manny Franco towards the outside. These two down to the wire. It's going to be a close finish. Photo to the inside. That's Salt Princess right there with Devilish Grin. In behind them, Pan Pan and River Empress. In 1 minute 44 seconds flat.
13-1 on the 14 Salt Princess. 8-5 on the 3 Devilish Grin. Photo finish.
See if I lost money booking the 3. This was extremely close and is going to come down to a head bob. By the way, embarrassing loss for Pan Pan, who couldn't have got a better ride by Joel Rosario and was simply not good enough. 14, 3. Ooh, 3 might have got there.
I do not
I
know.
don't
I need
know
to see
either.
it again.
I don't know either. I still don't regret not booking the 3 at 8-5.
Incredibly tight. Who got the nose down at the right time?
When I'm not involved in a photo, which I'm not, I always root for the bigger price stores. I feel like the people who bet the bigger price stores deserve to win the head bob.
So much less stressful, isn't it, when you're not involved?
Well, it would have been worse if I booked the 3 like I wanted to.
Inside in front, outside, wire coming, inside.
Very close. The 3 got it. It's a total bob. Could be a dead heat.
And it is the 3.
If you bet this horse at 8-5, I would sneak up to the window to get my money.
Devilish Grin by a whisker, getting the best of that bob to win at 8-5. Wow, 3-14, and then a ways back to the 9 and 10.
Yeah. Man.
Tough beat for Salt Princess, for trainer David Donk and Jose Gomez. This one by the narrowest of margins as the favorite. Up next, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Carmel Coast, huge effort. First time out at Saratoga this summer for Whit Beckman, taking on the undefeated 2-for-2 New York bred Iron Orchard when we come back.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud, a proven sire, from the sales ring to the winner's circle, with hundreds of 6-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square and Deterministic. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
Set your alarms early tomorrow morning. You don't want to miss this coverage. One of the most prestigious races on the planet, the Arc de Triomphe. And we could see some of these contest the Breeders' Cup on November 1st. It is a 3-year-old filly. It was undefeated this year. Mini Hawk for Aidan O'Brien, who is the morning line favorite.
Well, you and I are betting hot as hell the horse that got a bad ride in the Saratoga Derby.
50-1 morning line for Jessica
We're all in.
Harrington.
We kid, by the way.
Devilish Grin, 8-5 favorite, never in doubt, right?
Nah, it was, won by like the length of the stretch. A couple of friends of mine texted me to bet the 14, and they're rightfully kind of bummed. I can understand. This is a tough beat. But you know what? We got the bob. What are you going to do? 14 was best. Manny needed all his strength to get by and get the win in here.
Third win.
Princess. Tough beat if
On this card for Manny Franco. Just up in the final jump, getting that nose down. So the favorite, 8-5. That's how this game goes sometimes. 13-1 on the one losing by a whisker. But it is the favorite here in the 5th to start a mandatory pay pick. 5, and of course up next, the Frizette for 2-year-old fillies.
Grade 1 action. Last 2 grade 1s of the year in New York actually about to be run. The Frizette and the Champagne. I don't believe. Am I missing something, Greg? I don't think there's another grade 1.
No, you're not.
Yeah. The Scar Mile should be a grade 1, but got better fields
Used
to grade
to be.
2. Get better fields to grade
changed.
2. Make it a grade 3. Maybe we'll get better fields.
Shug McGahee going for a 6th victory in the Frizette. When we come back, he'll send out 5 bars with a hot hand today. Manny Franco will be aboard looking for number 4.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 not a minute, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000 not anybody else won. $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A daughter of the red-hot Triple Crown winner Justify, Just FYI, secured the Eclipse Award as champion 2-year-old filly after conquering the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies over an elite field.
Just FYI!
It capped off an undefeated 2-year-old season that also included a dominant score in the Grade 1 Frizette. She retired with earnings over $1.7 million for owner George Krikorian and trainer Bill Mott. At 3, following a runner-up effort in the Grade 1 Ashland, she defeated all but the mighty Torpedoanna in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks. Just FYI is offered pregnant to Into Mischief, North America's 6-time leading general sire and the sire of 3 Kentucky Derby winners. Out of the Street Cry Mare Star Act, Just FYI hails from the family of Grade 1 winners Starer, Stellar Jane, and Star Billing. Eclipse champion Just FYI, selling this November with Hillendale at Alapa agent.
Top of the stretch, Storm Flag flying on the outside. Collars and passes Santa Catarina. Johnny Velasquez now just asking a bit more from Storm Flag flying, and she's getting away to lead by a length and a half. Santa Catarina all out in second, a long way back to the third horse, Appleby Gardens. And Storm Flag Flying will head to Chicago, the favorite in the juvenile fillies.
2002 Frizette, Storm Flag Flying would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies and be crowned champion.
I think that something interesting about this is Shug McGaughey, believe it or not, his 5th and last winner of this race. He's tied with Woody Stevens for the 2nd most wins in the Frizette. What's interesting to me about this race is, or that year, I believe 2002 at Arlington Park was the only year that the Breeders' Cup Juvenile race were running 1 1/8. Because of the configuration of Arlington Park, they couldn't run 1 1/16. And I think those races were running 1 1/8. Useless trivia.
And Vindication won the boys one, right?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, okay.
See, look at the leaders on that list. The great late D. Wayne Lucas leading the way with most wins ever. But Shug McGaughey, a chance to add another one in this year's edition with 5 bars. Manny Franco will be aboard. One first time out for Shug at Saratoga.
Yeah, I like 5 bars in here, though at 5 to 2, I'd like to book her. I think it's a ridiculous price, and I've fallen into the camp of every wise guy that saw the troubled trip that she had last time.
We need to welcome in Mig back to the desk here as well. I got a little bit of a break. Good to see you back.
Yeah, thank you. I was walking actually through the Equestrians back to the set, and who did I run into? Stuart Janney, owner of 5 bars.
Why don't you bring some cookies over?
You know, I could have. There's a whole buffet table with desserts there.
I know.
I'm not a sweet guy.
That's where our cameraman Johnny is right now, I imagine.
Good to have this trio on the set as we get set for our big ones to come through. Winning your in races for the Breeders' Cup. See how close it was in that photo
finish. It wasn't even that close, Greg. What are you talking about?
I thought it was a lot closer.
I thought it was closer than that, too.
$5.52, as I said, never in question. Devilish Grin. 3:14.9 as the favorite obliges in the 5th. Grade 1 Frizette, chance to get to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies. Winning you're in. Grade 1, 1-turn mile. The Shug McGaughey filly, that is 5 bars, but so much attention will be on Carmel Coast with that brilliant debut this summer at Saratoga.
I mean, Richie, feel free to disagree with this. I don't know that her debut was any less impressive than either race we saw from Tommy Joe up in Saratoga. I thought she was devastatingly impressive.
She was so professional. She showed good speed. She settled into a beautiful rhythm. And then she kicked on again when asked. To me, this was the most impressive 2-year-old filly debut in Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. You don't know how they go from there. And she is actually the second choice. I'm looking at doubles. Iron Orchid is a pretty strong favorite. I think she's supposed to be favored in this race. I don't know about anybody else, but I
agree with you. Right now, she is, but that may change according to
the doubles,
what you talked about in the double.
But what's interesting is she is favored in the pick 3s, which sometimes is a better indication of what the final price will be.
So 5 to 2 for start number 2. And again, Mig, look, you're trying something different, not just better company, trying to stretch out to a 1-turn mile.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at her from a physical perspective, you feel like she'd have no problem stretching out. A big, long, striding daughter of Omaha Beach.
Behind this one there in the background, the New York bred who comes in 2 for 2, a bit more seasoning, but both against New York bred company, Iron Orchard.
I guess the seasoning thing is important because a lot of times, especially fillies, 2-year-olds, you see them run really impressively first time out, and they come back and they just don't run back to that race.
Sure.
At least in Iron Orchard's case, she came back and actually improved on her debut. So that's a good sign for her. I prefer the two. I'm not her biggest fan, but to be honest, I didn't like her last time, and I was, as you can see, completely wrong.
But she has a lot of ability, and she is winning with something left. Now, how much, can she find? She's going to have to find more. There's no doubt about that, but she's been impressive. I can make the case that 5 bars with just one start has more seasoning than either one of the other two favorites because of the trouble she had to overcome.
I agree. The problem is it's a slow race. She's taking way too much money, and we have a track that has been extremely kind to horses that have inside position, and I don't know that she can get the right kind of trip on this racetrack. I will not touch her at 5-2 or anywhere close.
Let's go down to Acacia.
And a very intriguing group assembling here for this Grade 1 Frizette. As starting off with Carmel Coast, she is not the biggest filly, but as Richie mentioned, she does have a very big and a very efficient stride on her as she covered the ground really nicely when winning at 6.5 furlongs at first asking. She was forwardly placed moving out to the lead that day, but she pulled away from her company. I thought was really impressive in doing so. There should be some other speed on paper in here, some other very quick fillies that she will go up against. I think the way that she covers the ground and how kind of relaxed and almost more switched off she is. There's a couple of fillies in here who are really on it. That's not her. I think that she does conserve her energy and leading me to be optimistic about her getting more ground today off the back of that very impressive first out effort. Now, the number 6, Iron Orchard, the New York bred, has had 2 incredibly impressive efforts. I will say, on paper coming into this, I was not overly optimistic about her stretching out and coming into this company, but I have to give it to her. She has continued to progress. She's proved me wrong in both of her starts thus far, but she's strengthened from first to second start, and she's put more muscle mass on again. She has grown, she's filled out, she looks far better than she did last time, which was better than she looked on debut. Now, if you watch her 2 races, you'll notice that Joel Rosario, a regular rider, almost has her head turned throughout the running of that race. And I think he's doing it on purpose to keep her from doing too much. She's fast, and she has been able to pull away impressively from her overmatched competition. This will by far be the toughest field that she is facing, and she will have to go longer, but I will be curious to see what happens when he gives her head today because she has been winning by open lengths and doing it easily. And like I said, very impressed by what I see from her in the paddock, more so than I thought I would be. Now, the number 9, 5 bars, yes, she does seem to be a little bit of the wise guy type, but as I mentioned earlier with Andy, I remember coming into the paddock as I was doing an interview and I saw her and I said, wow, I'm marking this horse down because I cannot wait to see her go longer. She still won at first askings, going 6.5 furlongs. And yes, she had that trouble. She was squeezed back. She was totally taken out at the beginning of the race. She was closing between horses. So much seasoning. She showed that if there is some early space in here, she can come from off of it, and she is incredibly convincing in her physicality for getting more distance. Now, the Dam is more of a turf horse, and we often see some of these top outfits when it's the opposite of what the pedigree might suggest as far as surface is concerned. It's a very good sign, and that's been the case with 5 bars, who did debut on the dirt, clearly able to handle it, and I think that she should be able to handle going longer. Very classy acting as well, as steer clear to her outside has been a bit difficult getting the tack on, and 5 bars seems to be unshaken by the whole thing here in the paddock, Greg.
You were not supposed to be able to overcome what the 9 5 bars did and win your debut. That was incredibly impressive. Take a look at this start.
No, I mean, you can't even, you can see a little bit of it when you see the pan, but it gets much worse when you see the head on. You'll see how bad it was and what happened. She was very impressive. It was a slow race, and there is that adage, and I picked her. There's no trips in slow races, but this was a very good win. Here's the thing, though, Richie. While she didn't have nearly as much trouble, Ice Cream for Everyone had some trouble as well. Finished just half length behind her, and she's 15-1.
Yeah, big disparity in price there.
They're going a little crazy on the 9 and ignoring the 8, who's not impossible either. But this was impressive to overcome this, no doubt about it.
You know, and one thing you got to factor in, too, is Shug McGahee's a guy that kind of will use a race to help a horse go forward. He doesn't crank them up to win first time. So the fact that she won with the trouble, probably not at 100% yet, and then finished between horses, she learned a lot in this first effort.
No question. I mean, one of the reasons Shug doesn't win with a lot of first-time starters is he's not a guy who's cranking them up. Having said that, Orb got beaten about a half length at a 6.5 furlong race. Now, he did win the Derby, to be fair. He was that kind of talented horse. He can get him to win, but I agree. I think she's going to improve. The question is, what's a fair price for her? I could never bet her below 5-1.
There's her Hall of Fame trainer. And, yeah, they should get better with more racing when they come out of his barn. Talk about getting an education in your debut. All of a sudden, this division got a lot more interesting because what we saw at Saratoga, we thought it was perhaps a foregone conclusion. Tommy Joe would roll to victory on Halloween in the Breeders' Cup. But after what we saw in the Alcibiades yesterday, that likely could not be the case.
Right, taking away from the fact that she was placed first on a DQ, and you and I can talk about that in a second, I thought she was flat in here. I don't think she was ever getting by the one. She got a 75 buyer for her second place finish, and I don't know how you can be optimistic about her going 2 turns. I think she ran to her damn side pedigree in this race.
I'll agree on most of what you said. I think it was a little bit flat. Maybe it was just simply she had already run 7 furlongs. Oh, wait, I got to go further. She just maybe can't stay. I do think she might have just barely gotten by that horse when she was hip checked.
I would never have taken the winner down personally. I didn't have a dog in the fight.
I thought it was a no-brainer.
Yeah, no, you're in. A lot of people agree with you. I just don't think she was ever getting by that horse. I really don't. But doesn't really matter at this point. I still don't think that performance gives her any legitimate chance in the Breeders' Cup.
Well, it leaves you with way more questions about her ability to stay the distance.
Yeah, I don't want a horse coming in at the Breeders' Cup off a race like that, especially given how impressive she was the first 2 starts, going the 1 turn.
So all the more reason now you want to try and get there. I mean, obviously you want to try and win, but it just seems a little more wide open now to try and actually win that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Well, here's what's funny. Trainers often say they're going to run in the Keeneland races at 2 turns as opposed to 1-turn races here because they want their horses to get the 2-turn race in. What happens when they look at it and they go, wow, my horse might not be a 2-turn horse? I never seem to see them back off and say, I'm not running in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting, isn't it? Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, based on that race, Todd Pletcher, who is an extraordinarily smart guy, has to be thinking, I'm going to run in the Breeders' Cup. She is technically undefeated at this point. How could you be optimistic off that performance?
No, I mean, listen, the first idea that comes to my mind is she probably doesn't want to go that far. But also maybe she was just a little flat on the day. They are flesh and blood.
Maybe. No, you're right. But her damn mother was the sprinter. And
yes,
I'm thinking she ran to that pedigree. That's what I think. I still think she's good. She can win the test next year. There's no shame in that.
There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Who will emerge from this prep to try and book a date to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies? Ricardo Santana Jr. Take a look at him.
I think he is riding. Oh, he's actually riding another horse. Who's he riding?
He'll be on Steer Clear for Pletcher, the 10.
Yeah, I didn't like her. I think the other Rapoli horse, Ice Cream for Everyone, is the overlay on the board because I don't understand how she's 15-1 and the 9 is 3-1. I agree the 9 ran better than she did last time, but I don't think the margin was that extreme.
They were half a length apart. And she had trouble, too.
She had trouble, too. Now, the 9 had more trouble. There's no doubt about it. But the 9 also saved ground and came through inside, and she went around the field. So I'm not convinced that if you think the 9 is a play here in the 3-1, 7-2 range, I don't know how you don't find 15-1 at least a little appetizing on the 8.
Yeah,
that's all I'm
saying. Way too big a disparity. But to Mick's point, with this barn, to see that horse win first time out, and the expected improvement, you're going to see a lot of money, but the disparity is way too big, no question. Post-parade in a moment. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And here with Whit Beckman, who does sound out the number 2, Carmel Coast. Whit, she was really impressive first time out. What are your thoughts on her stretching out today?
We always thought the distance was going to be, to her benefit. So that 6.5, we thought would be a little too short. She handled that very well. So excited to see what she does a little more ground today.
I know she's not the biggest, but what a nice stride she has on her.
Yeah, she's a very efficient filly. She's got everything in the right place. She knows how to use herself, and she's just so professional. It's like she's focused. She's concentrated. She's always locked into her job,
It has to be really exciting. The way that she won first time out, that was impressive.
It was. We knew she had talent, but when they do it like that, you just kind of sit back and hope there's more, and we can see it, in the future races.
We'll see if we see it today. Best of luck. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much.
Greg.
She is an exciting prospect. See how she moves on from that big debut here in her Grade 1 debut coming up. Jetty's Home kicks things off 54-1.
You would have thought on paper the lesser of the two for Sappy Joseph, but she's the one that's going to run and is there's a 3, I should say, big price.
Here she is, just heard from her trainer, Carmel Coast, big debut at Saratoga.
We talked about the efficiency of her stride and the length of that stride, and I think she'll see the mile out very well.
Riley Tolley distant third behind Tommy Joe in the spin away.
Yeah, well, the second place finisher is the horse that finished ahead of Tommy Joe yesterday. Very big price if you like her.
Ken McPeak, second time starter, Rena's Revenge.
Yeah, ran well on debut, slow figure, but she finished well and against New York breds. Now she's going to take on much tougher.
The undefeated New York bred Iron Orchard.
Very talented, very fast, has won with something left, facing much tougher today.
Brad Cox filly coming out of a stakes win at Ellis, Chopsticks.
I thought she got a chance to improve in this race. Not excited about 5-1, but I think she'll run okay.
Ice Cream for Everyone, who was pretty impressive as well out of that 5 bars race.
Ran extremely well on debut and has got a depth of pedigree.
5 bars just went by?
Yeah, as I say, I like 5 bars, but the price has to get higher. And I also worry about the track profile being against her.
Don Pletcher filly coming off a win at 7/8.
Yeah, showing speed and was forward. Should be forward again with Ricardo Santana.
And lovely Christina, beat by Carmel Coast in the debut, came back and won her second start.
She did drop 4 buyer points, but I still think she flattered Carmel Coast. And now we'll see if she can overcome the difference between the two of them and the outside post.
So one of the absolute best barns in the game, Brad Cox, with an undefeated filly, the 7, Chopsticks, in this Frizette. 2 for 2, including a stakes win at Ellis. What do you make of her prospects here?
Well, she's on the slower side. Now, listen, I picked the 9, who's also on the slower side, so I can't gripe too much, and 2-year-olds can and often do improve a great deal. The problem is, like the 9, you're not getting a particularly good price because it's Brad Cox. She's won a stake, and she's undefeated. She's going to have to run better in all likelihood to win this field. Not impossible.
Yeah, this is much stronger, but like you said, 2-year-olds, they're changing, they're developing. Some change a little quicker, develop a little bit faster, if you will. I can't get past Carmel Coast, guys. I was so impressed with her debut. And also thinking, much like Acacia, she's going to appreciate going longer.
Yeah, I'm not surprised she's favored. I think the Carmel Coast should be favored. Even though I picked the 9, I think the 2 is supposed to be favored in this race.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yes, I did the Talking Horses handicapping show earlier, so my pick will continue to be the 9-5 bars. But as far as the warm-up, I loved what I saw from Carmel Coast out there, as she did look best. But looking at the number 8, Ice Cream for Everyone, who finished just behind 5 bars on debut, I'm with Andy. I mean, she is a much bigger price than 5 bars, and she actually caused a little bit of the trouble first time out, but did run on well when she was outside 5 bars, ducking inside late in the stretch there. I remember Maggie Wolfendale saying first time out that Ice Cream for Everyone was a horse that was a bit green prior to the race and just really needed to strengthen. While she is a handier type of frame, she has put muscle mass on, and furthermore, we did see Louis Saez take her away from the pony, and she's been very focused and calm in the warm-up, as she was maybe a little bit on the muscle, saddling with the pony back in the paddock, but she did seem to settle out there on the track as well. This did take a little bit of time to get going in that warm-up. The number 7, Chopsticks, she is undefeated. She beat Kingsolver, who actually came back to win an allowance yesterday at Keeneland too, so kind of flattering that debutante win at Ellis last time out. She was able to hold off that foe late and show a little bit of tenacity, which I appreciated. She's one of those horses that just doesn't necessarily grab your attention, but I think it's because she's just so laid back. She's been quiet and calm in the warm-up with the pony. She was very laid back in the paddock as well, but all things looking good for her coming in here, and she does stack up favorably with her competition, and given her demeanor, I think should be able to handle a bit longer. The number 4, Rena's Revenge, is a horse that is a big price out there, but I wanted to mention her. Kenny McPeak has been exceptional recently with horses, young horses, especially 2-year-olds, and even in their second start coming back, and Jimmy Jerkins overseeing his Belmont string here. This is a filly that absolutely, from a physical perspective, looks like she wants more ground. I loved the way she was put together first time out. It's just that she acted up so much in the paddock that I got worried. Well, she still won by Open Company. It was against New York breds. She has to stretch out and face Open Company today. They had to saddle around the walk with the pony, but altogether on the track, she's doing better at a big price, one to watch perhaps with interest, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here we go. First of back-to-back in this 2-year-old division, winning your in races for the Breeders' Cup. 2-1, Carmel Coast. So big in that debut for Whit Beckman, but this is just the second start of her career and now trying a mile distance.
I love these races. You know, Richie, you and I have been around so long and seen so many tremendous horses compete in the Frizette and the Champagne. Historically great and important races going forward. And it's exciting this time of the year. You know, you talk about Tom's horse, but other maiden breakers. You know, we're in Saratoga. We see a lot of really good 2-year-olds run. We see a lot of horses like the 9. The race is going fast. The horse had trouble. We're looking forward to see them come back. And now we get to see them in a bigger stage and a bigger race as they head towards the Breeders' Cup. And I just find these races so exciting and such an exciting time of the year.
I'm right along with you. And historically, for years, the Frizette and the Champagne were the championship, crowning races.
Well, I'll tell you that when I first heard of this Frizette was 1974, because I had seen Ruffian win the Spinaway and, is immediately a giant fan, and I was just becoming a fan of racing. And I remember reading in the Times that she had a hairline fracture and she was going to miss the Frizette, which was that's when I learned that the Frizette was the big race, because Ruffian was going to miss it. And we've seen so many great horses going back. I think Lakeville Miss won this race on the Road Championship, a horse that ran in a claiming race for her first start.
A maiden claiming for Jose Martin.
Yeah, Peter Brand ended up buying her. She got hurt before the Alabama, didn't run there, but she was the dam of Jamil is the dam of Gulch, right?
Yes.
There's another very good Peter Brand horse that Lakeville misses the dam of.
Now I got to look it up.
Loading up. Grade 1 Frizette, berth on the line to the Breeders' Cup. Juvenile fillies, Carmel Coast. That huge debut at Saratoga for Whit Beckman, the 2-1 favorite. Iron Orchard, the 6th, the New York bred. Stakes winner against New York bred company last start. 2 for 2 for Danny Gargan with Joel Rosario. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Loading quickly. Rita's Revenge just took a step back, now going in. Iron Orchard. Lovely Christina. Last to load. Goes in. All set for the grade 1 Frizette. And they're off. Good speed from Iron Orchard. In between horses, goes right out towards the front, is joined by Carmel Coast, and now Carmel Coast puts a neck in front of the rest of the field as they get set to come out of the chute. Riley Tolley is now in the early mix. They're going to be 1-2. Iron Orchard will settle off of them as a close-up third. Out wider comes Steer Clear, center of the racetrack, pretty tightly bunched up front. At the rail, Rena's Revenge sees a seam, and right now, Christopher Elliott wants to move up, moves forward. Rena's Revenge, a slick move there, is now taken 5th. Just behind her, that's going to be Jetty's Home, who's alone in 6th. And then towards the back end of the field, you've got Chopsticks and the red cap. Moving forward there is Ice Cream for Everyone, Lovely Christina. And the trailer at the back end of the field is 5 bars. In the Frizette, the leader is Carmel Coast. Carmel Coast went 44-4 for a quick half-mile time. Here comes Steer Clear, is on the move 3 wide. In between horses, Riley Tolley trying to keep up. Rena's Revenge is trying to keep that momentum going as well. Iron Orchard starts to move. Iron Orchard 4 wide, but is about to secure 3rd as they're still chasing Carmel Coast, who's all in. Trying to rally from the back 5 bars. The rest got to pick it up as they reach the top of the stretch. A quarter-mile left to go. Carmel Coast has gone quick, but is still there. But Steer Clear is ready to pounce, and now Steer Clear has taken the lead. It's Steer Clear, Iron Orchard. Grandstand side is getting closer. Riley Tolley down towards the inside, but Iron Orchard is traveling best for Joel Rosario. Here comes Iron Orchard to come calling for the lead. Riley Tolley is battling back towards the inside. Iron Orchard, Riley Tolley, Iron Orchard, and Riley Tolley look like Iron Orchard just hung on. Riley Tolley was very game to the inside. 5 bars, finishes 3rd. 1 minute 35.97 in the Frizette.
Looks like the New York bred filly remains perfect in here. Iron Orchard now 3 for 3 at a very tight finish in this Frizette.
And I think the most impressive thing about this performance is not just winning, and maybe the track is changing a bit, though the 3 rode the rail to almost a success, is the way, Richie, she won with a completely different running style.
Yes. Yeah, she's had very good speed in her first 2 starts. Now comes from off the pace. Was a fast pace for the mile, but the track has been pretty glib. And she was game. This was nice to see. She had to reach down and find more. Well, she did find more.
Yeah, no, this was a nice performance by her and a very tough beat for Riley Toll, who ran well, maybe doing the inside, but Rayla Gutierrez, a very good ride. She showed speed. She dropped a little bit off. The pace obviously proved very, very tough, as the two did not go on with it. 5 Bars made a little bit of a run, but they were nowhere close to these two. And Iron Orchard, you like when you see a horse not just go on with the way she did, but show a very different style to get it done. And this could bode well for her going out to California.
Right, we always knew she had speed. Now she showed a different dimension, some quality.
I thought she had no shot when she was on the backstretch. It was just by design.
6'3", 9'10", Iron Orchard, New York bred filly. Now perfect 3 for 3. Let's go to Acacia.
And wow, I'm right in the middle of this celebration here in the winner's circle right at this moment. We've got everybody here. As I'm very happy to be joined by the very happy winning owners, Bill Childs, Alex Childs, Randy Hill joining me here. Bill, we'll start with you. You told me earlier, I'll see you in the winner's circle. I know you were confident in this filly. She showed some tenacity today, though.
Yes, she did. And I never had any doubt she could go this far, but everybody else was kind of wondering. But I thought she could do it.
And you were absolutely right, Alex. The way that she grounded out like that has to be really exciting for a New York bred filly winning a Grade 1 like that.
Extremely. I mean, the way she showed how she's so professional, I mean, and just in what she could do there and the grit and the grind she had, incredible. Incredible to see it. So we're just so fired up, just so excited.
As you should be, Randy. I should have known seeing the suit, dressed up for the occasion, and a Breeders' Cup win, and you're in onto the juvenile fillies. This is one of the most exciting things I have to imagine.
Oh, of course, it's so exciting. But the thing that's exciting for all of us is that she always was on the lead. And so everybody was saying, well, if she gets on the lead and somebody comes after her. So Joelle rated the horse, and she showed that she could come off the pace. Changes the whole day, changes the whole game. I mean, gives you a horse like that, goes a mile, comes off the and comes by. Whew. No, that's as good as it gets. You know how I am.
Enjoy it, guys. Well deserved, as she showed a new dimension today, Greg.
Thanks.
And not just the win, book your ticket to the Breeders' Cup as well, but to know that this filly has more ways than one that she can win.
I agree. I mean, this was impressive. You don't usually see that, having run 2 races where she put in a lot of speed. Sometimes 1 race, they changed them, but they completely changed her running style, and she was, even if the track has changed a bit, this was a very impressive win by her.
All good horses possess speed. It's how they learn to use that speed.
Runner-up, by the way, coming out of a race which the 1-2 finishers from yesterday's Alcibiades were in as well, but it's Iron Orchard, the New York bred filly. Moving on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
Today, play the special double at Naira Bets. First leg, today's Champagne from Belmont at the Big A. Second leg, tomorrow's Arc de Triomphe from Longchamp Racecourse. Watch on FS1. Play at Naira Bets.
Sunday on FS1, join us for world-class racing with the Arc de Triomphe from Longchamp Racecourse in Paris, France. A win-and-you're-in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Coverage kicks off 9:30 Eastern on FS1.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for 3rd today at the 16th hole. Godite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again.
Down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Grade 1 Champagne for the boys coming up, trying to book their ticket to the Breeders' Cup. Iron Orchard, New York-bred filly, has just booked her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies with this Grade 1 Frizette one. She's now perfect 3 for 3 for trainer Danny Gargan. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale. The world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. Let's take a look back to this stretch run and for a filly who had been very impressive 2 for 2. Both those wins came on the lead. This time she's able to sit off the pace and win.
You got to give Danny Gargan a lot of credit because I'll tell you something else. When you change up a horse's running style like that, you risk looking like a fool. Sure. You risk people saying, the track had been speedy. Why didn't you want to be more forward? What are you changing things in a big race? But you know what? He changed things up, and he comes out looking like the opposite of a fool. It's a great win by this horse.
Yeah, it really was. And let's give the runner-up a lot of credit, too. Riley Toll, good trip, good ride from Marilu Gutierrez. Just out-nodded here, but Iron Orchard, 3 for 3 now, and a different dimension today against much tougher.
Yeah, be interested to see how this race comes back from a speed figure standpoint. This was a very impressive win by this horse. Looking forward to seeing her head to California. And my friend Naja Thompson, New York Thoroughbred Breeders, just texted me. He said, now I can go to the Breeders' Cup. New York bred.
And he wasn't going before.
He'd have found a way. Might have been booked a long time ago.
He'd have found a way.
34 to 1 underneath. 5 bars, winds up third. Iron Orchard, though, just has been really impressive with the way she was able to do this. And again, show a new dimension. And 2, you're going to go an extra 16th of a mile as well. Gives you extra confidence, doesn't it, going into that race?
Absolutely. It's a gutsy play. A lot of trainers aren't going to do that. They're going to dance with the girl that brought them there and stay on the safe side. He didn't do that, and it paid off in spades.
Well, again, they work with these horses on a daily basis. Had to have confidence from morning trials that this horse was capable of doing that.
Here we go, boys' turn. Grade 1 Champagne, and one of the most talked about debuts of a 2-year-old at Saratoga in years. It's our time. Dusted the competition in our ABR Race of the Week. Coming up, start number 2 for him. Won by 17 3/4 lengths. First time out, beating the most talked about 2-year-old on the grounds in that race. 1-9 favorite, the Champagne is next.
At the top of the stretch, Shanghai Bobby. Shanghai Bobby is the leader now, and he's pulling away to lead by 2. Golden Sense is in an all-out drive. He's second. Fortify is third. Not today for Arch Warrior and Micromanage as they come down to the finish. It will go to Shanghai Bobby. Shanghai Bobby, the emphatic winner of the Champagne by 5 lengths.
2012 edition of the Champagne. Shanghai Bobby would go on to take the Breeders' Cup.
And one of the most shameless things ever, our producer Bobby Klatt just told me he showed this because the horse went on to win the juvenile, but we know he showed it because it has the same name as him.
Yeah, we got Shanghai Bobby producing the show.
Yeah. Rosie Napravnik.
Recent Breeders' Cup juvenile winners with their final prep coming in the Champagne. He was the last to do it back in 2012.
Let me tell you something, the bottom 2 on there, and those are a pretty good fivesome. I would say mostly Fierceness, Good Magic, Uncle Mo, and Warpass. Warpass, unfortunately, never really went on with it as a 3-year-old, never ran again after the very good performance, went second in the Wood Memorial, but also obviously Uncle Mo. I just so wish he had been able to stay sound through a full career. He was an incredible talent.
Here is what's at stake in this Grade 1 Champagne coming up for the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings ahead. A trip to the Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships on Halloween, October 31st at Del Mar. Automatic entry, $60,000 in entry fees paid, that $10,000 award to nominator, and a $10,000 travel allowance. Just how good was that debut from It's Our Time? 17 3/4 length victory. He's opened up as the 1-4 favorite in this Grade 1 for trainer Tom Amoss. We'll be back with the Champagne next.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Today isn't just about who wins, it's about who could become tomorrow's champions. The spotlight shines on racing's next generation in the Champagne, where 2-year-olds take their first steps onto the big stage. And while the future is still being written, one name already has the racing world buzzing after It's Our Time delivered a Saratoga debut among the best ever witnessed in the modern era.
What an awesome performance from It's Our Time. He's going to win by the length of the stretch.
Now the question is, can he follow up that brilliant debut and stamp himself as a favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile?
Good to have you with us for our Fox Sports 1 coverage and the boys' turn. Grade 1 Champagne. There he is. It's Our Time. That monster effort. First time out this summer at Saratoga. Really, the entire sport was talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the story in Saratoga was horse like Sovereignty, some of the big races, but the 2-year-olds are always such an important part of Saratoga, and so many really great horses we've seen make their debuts. And this debut was up there, was good with really pretty much any of them.
Didn't he get like very reminiscent of Uncle Mo breaking his maiden in Saratoga?
Sure, he won by a lot. I mean, you think about him. Devil's Bag breaking his maiden up there. How about Discreet Cat, the maiden race where he ran faster than Lost in the Fog did, winning the Alan Jerkins, which was the King's Bishop back then. I mean, you just see how long it took to get the second horse. Was highly touted. 2 horses have come back from that race. The 4th place finisher improved 14 buyer points. The 5th place finisher improved 12 buyer points. Now, second-time stars will often improve, or third-time starting 2-year-olds, but maybe It's Our Time improves from there, and that's a scary thought.
Tom Amos, our colleague who's with us all summer long at Saratoga, the trainer of It's Our Time, and these owners found him, and we'll have more on this story in a bit, from watching him on Saratoga Live.
And I think because of that, and the successors has, Tom is actually going to be working for free for the next few years for us. He said we gave him so much, he felt it was an obligation to give something back to us.
Not just this horse, It's Our Time. He was great with all his 2-year-olds all summer at Saratoga.
He really had a tremendous summer, and every young horse he was putting on the track was performing. And Big Dom's in today, right, at the futurity of Keeneland.
Yeah, he's in the futurity. No, the Oscar's Hope was second behind.
Big Dom will be in the stake, though. Yeah.
Yes, you're right. No, I mean, listen, Tom had a great summer up there, 9 or 10 wins, but really great because of his 2-year-old performances.
It was an incredible summer for him, but this was the piece de resistance. I mean, what a performance from It's Our Time. Can he stretch that brilliance out, though, to this one-turn mile? Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And that is the big question that we all are trying to answer at this stage of the game with these young 2-year-olds. And I thought it was interesting when we heard from Tom just a few days ago when he talked about the decision to run It's Our Time here in the Champaign versus at Keeneland, which that race in the Breeders' Futurity being a 2-turn race and this a 1-turn mile. So for a horse that debuted at 6.5 furlongs, it's a gradual kind of stretch out going on to the Breeders' Cup potentially. And I think that makes sense. He was absolutely dazzling in that debut race. Now, he's much sharper today. He's on it, which sometimes I think can certainly happen too after a horse has raced before, and especially one that wins as impressively as he did. He knows what the racing thing is about. He's a little bit more amped up, ready to go out and do it. Now, he is not that big, imposing type of physical. He's incredibly athletic, very balanced. I'm a huge fan of his sire, Not This Time. And the way that he finished up in that first race and the way that he did elongate his stride, you would guess that he should be able to handle it. And I know Richie talking about his more laid back demeanor and being able to conserve that energy. Like I said, he's sharper today. I'm going to keep my eye on him, but a horse that, of course, I know we're all rooting for. And it's interesting to see if he can do it again, and now against Grade 1 company. Take a look at 2 horses that are rematching, starting to the outside with the 9 Talkin, as Danny Gargan will look to sweep the 2-year-old Grade 1s today. This one, a son of Good Magic, who did win at 7 furlongs at first asking. Not an easy thing to do as he ran down Stradale, who comes out of that race as well. I thought that Talkin, who was incredibly professional prior to the race, and he's doing so once again today, he was still a little bit green in the running of that race. He took a long time to switch to his outside lead. He was lugging in a little bit late in the stretch, but he was a horse that I know before his debut had been working in company with older horses in Danny's barn and had been making a good account of himself. Incredibly laid back, switched off, professional yet again. And if anything, I think he's actually strengthened and put on some muscle mass since that first race, which I do appreciate. I'm more intrigued by Stradale coming out of that race, especially the way this track is playing. But I do think that Talkin, a horse that made a very good account of himself at first asking, has moved forward second out. Now, speaking of Stradale, the number 2, as this is a $1.3 million son of Yopon after he worked 9 and 4 at that OBS April 2-year-old sale. He came in with a very, I think, educational debut at first asking. Not an ideal trip for him, roughed up at the start as well. And then last time out, he did still get bumped at the beginning of that race too, moving up to the front end. And while he got run down by Talkin, I thought that Stradale did the dirty work that day. I like the mile for him. I don't know if I would love any longer going out potentially to if this was a 2-turn race, but I think that this suits him quite well. He is a tank of an animal. He carries a lot of conditioning and muscle mass on him. He's very calm, as is often the case with the Steve Asmussen trainees. And he does have 2 starts under his belt, kind of moving along gradually. He should be able to get that coveted inside speed position in here, and we'll see if he can hold on and take them every step of the way, Craig.
He's a $1.3 million son of his sire Yalpon, and everyone in this race, Mig, is an inflated price because that gives you just an idea of how impressive that debut was from It's Our Time, how short a price he is on the board today.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking all of the money, and that's why you're getting these inflated prices on horses that have chances. I mean, we talked about it earlier, 2-year-olds changing, developing. One thing I will say about It's Our Time, watching him train this week over at Belmont Park on the training track, for a horse with as much natural speed, he's a pretty smart, kind horse. He waits on his rider. He doesn't get overly amped up in the morning or pull too much. And he was a little bit more animated now in the paddock here, but I think he just knows it's game time.
Is that just a result of the crowd getting the equipment on, knowing you're going to get lined up in the gate?
Yeah, you could see he almost puffed up a little bit once the saddle went on. They were adjusting, the halter was over the bridle. And he, just kind of letting them know, like, hey, I'm starting to get a little bit agitated because I want to get to my job. I want to get to work.
And, Andy, it was very quick fractions early in that race, in that debut. For It's Our Time, and he was just off them.
No,
Where do you expect to see him?
I mean, how is he not going to be forward in this race? You'd have to think he's going to be forward. Napoleon Solo has speed. Talkin isn't slow. I think Stradale is the speed of the speed, though. And, you have to be careful because you can't use his first race, whereas Acacia noted he was eliminated the break in that race, whereas last time out, he set a very fast pace. So I expect Stradale to be the speed.
It is a good one for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Post-parade starts with Curtain Call, who was just a distant third in the hopeful.
And listen, this horse is consistently running some reasonable speed figures and finished second to a very impressive third to Ned Toffee last time, or Ted Noffee.
Stradale, still a maiden for the winningest trainer in North American history, Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, extremely well bred. Alpines have been impressive and a big purchase price.
Ken McPeak runner, who won the debut Universe.
One of these horses not fast enough to win his first race, but he overcame some trouble and could be interesting, improving in his second start.
Eye-catching debut from AI, who then struggled in the hopeful.
Yeah, much tougher in the hopeful. Is going to have to improve to be tough here.
Just ASAP, speed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the race. He comes out of the sapling. This is a much tougher spot.
Here's the big favorite. It's Our Time for Tom Amoss.
Just super impressive on debut. First fall out of a stakes winning mare.
Stick Up Without a Gun was a winner at Saratoga in the dirt debut.
I feel like this a lot after I get out of the track on many days.
Napoleon Solo. Chad Summers, impressive win first out at Saratoga.
He was very impressive and got a nice figure, too, and has been training extremely well since.
And Talkin', he got by Stradale, ran him down to break his maiden first asking.
And he drew better technically with the outside, though given how the track's sort of playing, it is a question. But he was fortunate to beat Stradale last time and is half the price of him. I think Stradale's a more likely winner.
With more on, here he is, the 1-4 favorite, It's Our Time, and new owners in this sport. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, those double down racing silks. I'm so happy to be joined by Alex Mitchell here. And Alex, only your third race that you've been involved in is second for It's Our Time, and a pretty good way to start things off in the business.
We've been successful so far, and obviously a big part of that is Tom Amoss and Highlander. They've done a great job with all of our horses, and yeah, third race, grade 1, we're doing pretty good so far.
This horse was so impressive first time out at Saratoga. Can you put into words what that win felt like for you and the team?
A little surreal, to say the least. Normally you don't see a horse like that break its maiden doing that. But listen, today's a different day, a lot longer, accomplished horses, and he needs to prove it again today.
Of course, coming in here as the favorite off the back of that, we'll see what he does stretching out. But for somebody that wanted to be involved in racing, you and your family, these grade 1s is what it's all about, right?
Absolutely. We have friends, family here. We're really excited. Nerves and butterflies. It's a lot of fun, and we're all excited to see the race. And hopefully we do well today and have a few more in us.
Wishing you the best of luck. Great to see you here.
Thank you.
Greg?
How about that? New to the game, and then to have a horse debut like that at historic Saratoga, pretty special.
Wow. There's so many good things about the story, to be honest with you, and you love to see. Listen, I want to see anybody, even people I don't particularly like, that put their money up and put a lot of money into this game. You want to see them do well.
Sure.
And you shouldn't be rooting against people that are great supporters of this game, whether you agree with them or like them or not. You want to see them do well, and it goes for horse players, too, that put their money up and support this game. So I like to see that, somebody new getting involved, and he looks pretty good, Richie.
Really framing up nicely, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a horse that takes him a little while to get, completely limbered up. But once he galloped over the backstretch, his stride started to change. He started to frame up much nicer. When he starts out, he's a little bit just stiff going.
Let's talk about some other horses, though. So if he loses, we can... I'm interested in Stradale. We'll talk about Talkin', who beat Stradale. I thought beat him with a perfect trip, but it was his first start. He theoretically draws well towards the outside. Now, he was fortunate to beat Stradale, but maybe he gets better issue in more distance, and maybe Stradale doesn't get better with more distance. I liked and bet Stradale in this race, but I am scared of this horse, and obviously the favorite.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Tom's horse takes a little step forward, handles the mile well, he's going to be very, very tough to beat. these two horses ran extremely well. Stradale made all the pace, was fighting every inch of the way. Talkin was very professional and got that perfect trip up the rail, came out. I tell you what, watching him warm up, he's the one that's winning me over. The
Talkin,
9 horse, Talkin, yeah.
7:01 right now for start number 2, A Son of Good Magic. And Kinder Carmouche will be back aboard.
What about Napoleon Solo? I know he beat a restricted race last time. This horse is the second choice at 6-1 right now. Now, I'm not a big fan, but I'll say something. I thought his debut was pretty impressive.
I thought he was very impressive, and he's really been training lights out ever since as well. Should be well placed from the start because he has enough natural speed, but he can sit just off it.
What about Universe? Universe you can easily compare to Stradale and Talkin, right? Because they ran just a few races apart, 2 races apart, and the paces were pretty similar. And obviously the Stradale-Talkin race was much faster. But this horse did blow the brake, the number 3 Universe in there, and still got the job done. And I'll tell you something, Kenny McPeek's horses are firing on all cylinders wherever he's running them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and this horse down here now with Jimmy Jerkins, who is heading up Kenny McPeek's New York division at Belmont.
He's pretty good, Jimmy. I've heard.
Let's go to Acacia.
Well, let's start down to the inside with the number 1, Curtain Call, who is the lone horse in here that has actually run against Grade 1 Company before, finishing 3rd in the Hopeful last time out. Now, I didn't think it was a necessarily overly inspiring performance there. I thought he lost 2nd in the stretch, but he was beaten by Ted Noffey, who's going to be the favorite in the Breeders' Futurity today, and I think is incredibly talented. And then Butane, who was a very well-touted, expensive Bob Baffert 2-year-old coming in from the West Coast. So I guess give him a little bit of credit for that. If you do think on the inside is where you want to be, his inside draw should help him too, as he has some tactical speed, though he was urged hard out of the gate last time and just out-footed. I did think in the face of what he's facing today, I preferred others, but like I said, he is a horse that has been brought along gradually and does have some more foundation to him. And number 3, Universe, as Andy mentioned, he did have a tough start last time out. He hit the gate at the break, was off slow and awkward, ran on and pulling away, much the best in there, winning on debut at 7 furlongs. I know that he was well touted. He'd been training really well, and I liked his workouts coming into that, but I thought maybe physically on debut he might have needed a race to bring it all together. Well, he has done that. Even with maybe needing a race, he was impressive winning. He's strengthened. He's more professional today. We'll see how good he is, but I thought he was a little bit interesting at a price. And as far as the 8 Napoleon Solo, he's big. He looks like a horse that wants to go longer. Watching his race, he looked pretty green in the running of that debut. He's so far so good with how he's acting today, and we'll see if he can step forward out of that restricted race, which did come back quick with that 83 by our speed figure, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 2-5 favorite, obviously the one with that big debut. And pedigree-wise, you look at his mom. She was a sprinter. But the second dam did win at 1 1/8. And you don't necessarily have to be a horse who's going to love a lot of ground to win at a mile. It depends on the competition, who you're faced against. What are your thoughts on getting the extra ground,
Well,
Andy?
also is a Not This Time, who's got a huge pedigree to go longer. So, you know, it's horse specific. I don't know. Do you really think if he loses today, it'll be because of the distance?
Well, we're going to know in a few minutes, but
I think it'll be because he doesn't run back to it, or somebody else runs a lot better.
Grade 1 Champagne ticket on the line to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. There he is. It's our time. One of the most brilliant 2-year-old debuts we've seen at Saratoga in years. Start number 2 today for trainer Tom Amos. Let's send it upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Universe. Christopher Elliott hesitates briefly. Napoleon Solo. Waiting on Talkin towards the outside. Napoleon Solo. Also Universe is the one still reluctant. Universe is in. Talkin, last to load. All set. Grade 1, Champagne. And they're off It's Our Time breaks sharply, and so does Curtain Call towards the inside. It'll be Curtain Call at the rail. It's Our Time, and now pressing on Napoleon Solo. Napoleon Solo will take command, crosses over here in front of the field, and Napoleon Solo will bring him out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch for Rosario. Out wider, Stick Up without a gun, and now here's It's Our Time, a stalking presence from second. They're well off the rail, the top trio. Just towards their inside is Universe, is in that fourth spot with At the Rail, Curtain Call. Stradale is in between horses now, is going to be in the fifth position, now sixth. Then comes Talkin' towards the back end of the field. You've got AI and the trailer. Just ASAP. They approach a half mile left to go, 22.53 for the opening quarter mile. Napoleon Solo is the leader. It's Our Time, a stalking position here this afternoon. Napoleon Solo is traveling well. Napoleon Solo has now put 2 lengths on It's Our Time, who looks to be all in here through a 44.24 half mile time. Napoleon Solo is in hand and just cruising right along. The big favorite, It's Our Time, is all in, and can It's Our Time run down this lone leader? Napoleon Solo. Napoleon Solo is now 5 lengths in front, and Napoleon Solo is pouring it on. A furlong left to go. It's Our Time continues to battle. Talkin' is in third, but still Napoleon Solo is just running away with it. Napoleon Solo dominates here in the Champagne, wins it. Talkin' up for second in a photo with Universe, and It's Our Time finished fourth in 1 minute 34.57. Napoleon Solo punches his ticket for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division.
Napoleon Solo sharp early and widens that margin. Chad Summers now 2 for 2. First time going beyond 6 furlongs. Joel Rosario aboard.
This was not a restricted race as Joel wins both of the grade 1s for them. The times need to be taken with a grain of salt. There's little to no chance that they went 21.71 the second quarter, so we'll try to get those clarified. But Richie, this was the kind of blowout performance we expected to see from the favorite. Instead, we saw it from this horse.
This horse, he was going fast. We don't know exactly what the fractions were, but he was setting the pace, and he was doing it so easily, so well within himself, and he just kept finding.
He was very impressive.
Well, let's go to Acacia.
And with winning trainer Chad Summers, Napoleon Solo, he was solo in the stretch, Chad. What a big performance from this guy.
Yeah, we were expecting it. He ran, kind of the way he'd been training. He was training so good going into this, but I mean, that wasn't really the plan, and he was fresh and he was happy, and we skipped the hopeful with this race in mind, and just hopefully he didn't go too fast for a month from now.
He's a big horse. He looks like distance is his friend.
Yeah, no, we're optimistic. The dosage was a little high. We're a little worried about that, but when we saw Burnham Square at a high dosage, we said we'll be okay too.
Big performance from him, and he is a horse I thought mentally really improved from first to second start as well.
Yeah, it's been a lot of work, and the team's done a great job with him. We took him over here. We schooled last week, and he still plays. He got loose from Emily the Thursday, right in front of Ernie's camera. But I mean, he's a happy boy and a big boy, and hopefully this is just the start.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much, guys.
Greg.
So it's on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile for Napoleon Solo, now 2 for 2, and wins this with ease.
He won this well. I mean, he's a big, long, striding horse. Got a lot of size and scope to him, and obviously natural speed. And Joel Rosario said, I'll let him go to the lead. Just you saw Luis Saez on It's Our Time was intent on easing back and getting to his outside, and then he had immediate outside pressure. So now you take back then to go fast into the second quarter. I don't know that that's the best strategy. Obviously, the winner was just very good.
Yeah, I mean, they were going fast. Don't make a mistake. But the problem is in the second quarter, which they put up as 21.71, horses gained ground in that second quarter. Sure. That didn't happen. But regardless, this was an extraordinarily impressive win. We'll find out. Maybe that final time is right. There's some internal fraction errors, which puts it as almost a second faster than the girls. Rode the racetrack, had a lot of things go well for him, but you can't deny this horse was very good today.
On to Del Mar on Halloween after this performance. Napoleon Solo, Grade 1 winner of the Champagne.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at Turin. dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn,
Into the stretch.
making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside and is
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
The grand finale of the yearling sale season. 2 catalogs offering quality yearlings by the nation's top sires. A sale that has produced scary good results with 5 Breeders' Cup wins in the last 3 years. Recent grads include Eclipse Champion and Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, Eclipse Champion, Soul of an Angel, and many more of the sport's current stars. The Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearling Sale, October 20th through 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back at our Fox Sports 1 coverage, Grade 1 Champagne in the books, and it is Napoleon Solo who was dynamite on to Del Mar for the Breeders' Cup.
So you're saying it was Napoleon Dynamite?
Indeed.
Yeah, okay, I like that.
What do you think about his prospects going forward?
It's a fast race. I mean, I'm going to guess the final time is accurate, and there's some internal fractional problems, which makes it a very fast race. I still think there's a chance the racetrack helped them, but to deny this was an impressive race would be foolish. Whether or not it's going to be a Breeders' Cup winning race, I don't know. But this was very, very impressive.
Strong, good-looking son of Liam's map, though. I mean, he looks more like a 3-year-old than a 2-year-old right now.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day and a big performance for Napoleon Solo. Now 2 for 2. And on to Del Mar for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Talking Universe, the big favorite, winds up 4th in here. Obviously disappointing. As we move on to another win in your end. Grade 2, Miss Grillo for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. In a race where Chad Brown has had quite a bit of success in his career, and he'll try and book another one there with Deep Learning, the 9.
Yeah, Deep Learning was probably the most impressive 2-year-old. The turf, we saw the whole meet in Saratoga. Now, arguably, people can say she didn't run back to it in her next start. I disagree. I actually think she may have run even better up in Canada, where she had a dreadful trip from start to finish. And I think if she can run back to her last race, just 3 weeks rest since the last race, she'll be tough to beat.
Dance to the Music got left in there, was absolutely best. Probably should have won that race.
I disagree. I think it was close between the two of them.
She was wide as well. Okay.
They both had rough trips in there, both of them.
We'll see how she comes out of it. Chad Brown, newspaper of record, won this race, would go on to success in the Breeders' Cup, as would hard to justify more recently. Can he do it again? We'll be back with Miss Grillo next.
Twirling Candy, proven Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream You Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Newspaper of Record turns for home in control. The main threat on the outside, Miss Technicality, who's trying to close the gap. And they're followed by Dog Tag in third. But now Newspaper of Record is set down in the final furlong, and she takes off. Oh, she's pouring it on late. This is one fine filly. Newspaper of Record. She won it by 8.
They could not touch her as a 2-year-old. Newspaper of Record started her career 3 for 3, including a dominant win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
I remember when she won her debut by 10 lengths in Saratoga, and her owner said Carmen couldn't beat her that day. And he said, you want to, as an owner, you want to get one of those horses that you feel like every time they run, they're going to win. And I texted him or called him and said, I think you might finally have that horse. She was quite the horse.
Kind of separation she put on this field in a hurry. I mean, that was true turn of foot.
Look at what he has done.
My God.
And the Miss Grillo. And the highlighted ones would go on with the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, including Hard to Justify back in 2023.
So he's won 9 of 16 runnings, and arguably, this should in ways be Chad Brown's favorite race, because Moram is really the horse that put him on the map.
Yeah.
She won a maiden claiming race up in Saratoga, and she won this race, won the Breeders' Cup, and that's what really started his career rolling.
Here's his chance in this year's edition. Deep Learning, impressive first time out at Saratoga. Let's look at the Natalma here, where she broke from the outside post.
Okay, now, you're right, the Godolphin horse got left. She's the horse in blue. Both these horses had mediocre trips. What happens, 2 things happen here. Flavien cannot get outside of the horse at the 7. Now, the 5's going to get a little bit in his way here, but she's going to be able to get over there towards the inside, whereas the rank 2 horse, you can see Flavien's even looking at the 2 and sort of afraid of what she might do, carries her out. And it gets even worse when they turn for home, because a very good ride by the Godolphin horse who's behind her right now, that horse gets the outside position. Now, Flavien also obviously wants to sort of get outside and get into the clear and run, but a good ride of the Godolphin horse keeps him in. So the Godolphin horse, who gets the clear run on the outside, she's sort of thwarted between horses trying to make her run, a tough thing to do, and was finishing extremely well and galloped out very strongly. I disagree. I think with a clean run and a clean trip, I think she was the best horse in this race.
Well, regardless, that filly's not in this race today anyway.
Sure.
However you may feel about it.
But
point is, Deep Learning, good positives to take out of a 5th place finish.
And what was really unlucky for her was the fact that they're working on the outer turf course at Woodbine, and normally that's a 1-turn race where an outside post position is probably beneficial. When they went to the inner turf course and went to 2 turns, it was not beneficial.
Yeah, no, and you could see he was searching to try to find a place to tuck in someplace for the first 1/8 of a mile.
So here she is, another try in Graded Stakes Company, trying to book her way to the Breeders' Cup. Let's go to Acacia.
And starting there with Deep Learning, as Andy mentioned, the construction that was going on up at Woodbine, I think really hurt her because she had that outside post in being caught wide into that first turn. A horse to her inside was quite keen in the first turn as well, causing her to kind of float off, never able to really tuck in, switch off and save ground. That kind of inside out type of closing trip that she did get first time out, Deep Learning. So I'm willing to give her another chance. Now, I wasn't in the paddock for her first race, so I don't have anything to compare to. She's a lightly framed type. She is by Cairo Prince, which oftentimes his progeny don't carry a ton of conditioning. So if I'm nitpicking, I would have liked to see a little bit more muscle mass from her, coming back on a relatively quick turnaround and shipping there and back to Woodbine and returning to New York. But like I said, I think it might just be her. She's been very relaxed here in the paddock thus far. And I did think that first time out, she finished pretty impressively. So I know that this likely wasn't the original game plan, as that Natalma is a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup. So maybe kind of rerouting and coming here to try the Miss Grillo as well. But I think that she's up to the task. I think that she has some quality, and we'll see what she can do, maybe getting a better trip and not having to be parked out wide like she was last time out. I do feel like this race, the quality really is drawn more towards the outside in general, though, as we'll take a look at the 11, Fiodoro, who won first time out for Brad Cox and she wasn't the quickest out on debut and caught a little bit wide, so having to take back even more. But then she was able to save some ground, and she came running late in a very strong way. I loved the way she finished up in that race and thought that she looked like a filly who really could continue to improve with racing. A daughter of Wooten Bassett. She was a little bit vocal when she first came here into the paddock, but since then she's settled down quite a bit as well. In fact, quite calm and relaxed now. Looks like she wants every bit of the distance. She did debut going long, and I think that she is a little bit of a work in progress that could continue to progress as Manny Franco will look for yet another stakes win on the card today. The number 12, Quiet Street, to her outside, taking a lot of money for Bill Mott as she is undefeated 2 for 2, but both of those sprinting. She did win at 5.5 at first asking, and she did it nicely coming from off of it at Saratoga, and then went over to Kentucky Downs going 6.5. So she did stretch out a bit more, and it is a demanding 6.5 with the ups and downs of that turf course over at Kentucky Downs. She was off the pace. She closed well over Believe in Magic, who she'll rematch with in here. I thought that Quiet Street really finished best in there. Homebred for Godolphin, so a lovely pedigree for sure. That certainly does suggest she should be able to handle going longer. Looking at her, she is a very lightly framed type of individual. She's by Street Boss, which doesn't scream longer, though, like I said, on the bottom side, there is some to suggest she should handle more distance. She's pretty sharp, but she's not the most imposing. Looking at her purely from a physical perspective and the way that she's acting, I wouldn't be totally sold on her going more distance today. She's obviously got talent, and she's 2 for 2 thus far. See if she can do it going further ground today. But I think she's got a couple fillies to her inside with some real credentials and some distance experience, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're going to take a timeout. Grade 2, Ms. Grillo. Chance to book a ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf on October 31st at Del Mar. We'll be back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur and top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa as we approach the 7-minute mark to post for this Grade 2 Miss Grillo at a mile and a 16th on the lawn, $200,000 purse. Let's take a look at what's at stake with a victory today. Obviously, booked at Del Mar. Automatic entry into that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf on Halloween. Entry fees, $30,000. That $10,000 award denominator and $10,000 travel allowance. Joel Rosario playing with house money right now.
Yeah, he's hot. And he's appears to have whoever's helping there has a cowboy hat on. Is that a good sign? Cowboy hat on?
Can't hurt.
Joel, 2 nice wins in the big races. Gotta love Joel. To know him
Philly
is to love him.
Always
Doro.
happy. The best.
Brad Cox right here with a second-time starter who won at first asking at Saratoga the 11.
She's another horse not dissimilar to Deep Learning's debut, where they both had good trips, but they both ran very well.
Yeah, they finished. I mean, and she was good, got a nice figure. Wish she was drawn a little more inside, but this is who I like.
The strength this race is towards the outside. Obviously, the trips are going to come into play. The thing about Quiet Street, who's currently the favorite, is she's good. I'm not denying it. She got eliminated the break in her first start and still won the race. She ran well last time, but she did it sprinting, and she's a street boss. I know it's a Tapit Dam, but I wonder if she's going to be as proficient going long.
Here is Kara's Dream Chaser to start the post parade. She won her turf debut, Belmont at Aqueduct.
She draws pretty well in here, and she's not bad for a 35-to-1 shot, but she's in deep.
Day to Day won sprinting on the turf at Colonial in the first ask.
He then switched it up and tried the grade 1 spin away on the dirt, now getting back to turf.
Ground Support won at a mile, Kentucky Downs to break maiden at first asking.
At exactly 100-to-1 as well.
Yeah, for Kelsey Danner.
Not a bad race.
Believe in Magic was third in the untappable sprinting.
She's got to be forward in this race, probably along with Miss Picky. She's pretty quick, and I imagine they'll use her speed.
Here is Rosario and El Barrio for Marcassi.
Yeah, she's going to have to get faster coming off a maiden win, but she actually ran pretty well last time with a wide trip.
George Weaver Barn at 18-to-1. You don't see that often.
Yeah, just got up on debut, but fairly slow race, going to have to improve.
Chad Brown, Klarovich, Deep Learning at 5-2.
I like Deep Learning. She's got to come back in 3 weeks. That's a question mark, but she's run very well in both their starts.
Miss Picky for Todd Pletcher went gate to wire last start.
Yeah, got to set a very pedestrian pace and finish the deal. Could improve, though.
Philly Doro, Brad Cox, we touched on.
I'm with Richie on this horse. I think she's a player in here. Big player. Nice price at 9-2 if you like her.
2 sprint, stretch out, Quiet Street for Belmont.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind as Andy about her, though. Does she really want to go that far? People see a horse closing, sprinting, and automatically think longer is better. Not always the case.
And she's 2-to-1.
And Dinah gets in from the also eligible as 16-to-1. That is a big number.
She's got to be effective stretching out, but she's got a big pedigree, and it says she should be able to stretch out, and her last race was okay, even though she lost as the favorite.
She's being completely dismissed right now. As we go back to Miss Picky, the 10 for Todd Pletcher, and start number 2. Got 2 chances to break her maiden at Saratoga, going a mile and a 16th, and obliged in that second start.
Yeah, I kind of want to see, you know, she's one of these horses that ran extremely well late in the meet for Todd Pletcher. And so far, those horses have not necessarily come back and run back to those races. And I wonder if she's going to be another one. And as you said, Richie, she got away with a very soft pace. The Timeform U.S. Pace Projector has her in front. Is she really going to be in front of Believe in Magic? It's not supposed to be, is she?
I mean, I didn't see that, but, I mean, they do a really good job with that pace projector.
They do.
I didn't think so because I just thought she got to go so quietly on the lead last time.
But she should be forward, which might be a benefit to her. And if she can be forward and at least get sort of 2 wide in the first turn, it mitigates the post position situation. And if you like her, she's 8-to-1. So I don't want to talk people off 8-to-1 shots. She's certainly not impossible in here. I think I picked her third. I think of the horse taking money supposed to be against is the 12. Not that she can't win, but I think she's a bad gamble at that price trying to get the extra distance.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And taking a look at a couple of those speed horses, starting off with the 5 Believe in Magic. As I mentioned, she will rematch with your current 2-to-1 favorite to the outside in Quiet Street. Believe in Magic was forwardly placed in that Kentucky Downs race, pressing the pace setter. There were a couple of horses on the front end. I do wish that she held on for second in there, but that being said, she is stretching out. She's not the biggest. I understand taking a chance in here, and she should be quick, but I do wonder how far she is able to sustain that speed, especially as she was caught last time out. Now, as far as the 10, Miss Picky, another one who does have speed, she went right to the front last time out, a homebred for Rapoli stable as well, as out of Always Shopping, who was a very good turf horse, and you could see, I read her tease, who was aboard last day really hustled to get her out to the front end, and I would imagine Kendrick Carmouche going to do that with her as well, but I don't know if she will be quite as quick as Believe in Magic, who's stretching out from a sprint distance. And again, to get to the front end last time, she had to be asked to do it. She did stack up favorably with her company in here, but I do think her tactics will make things a little bit interesting if she does not get the kind of trip that it seems that she does prefer. Now, the number 13, Dinah, as you were mentioning, she has a very intriguing pedigree to stretch out in distance. She is the half-sister to Force the Pass, who actually won the Grade 1 Belmont Derby, going 1.25 miles on the turf. The Dam, a very good turf mare as well in Social Queen. She was good from a mile, even able to stretch out sometimes, trying those 1 1/8 type turf races. So it's there to suggest that she will be able to go longer. She was sharp in the paddock here, and she was beaten last time by Corsia Veloce, who did come back to win that Natalma and is undefeated. She's a generous price, but one that I'm really interested in as she does draw in and gets a little bit more ground to work with, which I think she'll appreciate, Greg.
Yeah, she's just being completely forgotten here at 19-1.
Yeah, it happens often with horses that get in off the also eligibles. They seem to be forgotten. And her last race is not that bad, but she's also got to be able to get the distance, right?
And another one with that question and a tough post as well. So good to see Jose Lezcano, back riding. And
on his first race back.
I love when you see that, too. Kind of puts the sting of the injury behind you, you know?
We're all Jose Lezcano fans, and anytime you see a rider get injured, you're always sort of rooting for them to get back on track, and Jose left no doubt right away that he hasn't missed a beat. Miss seeing him here.
So deep learning for Chad Brown, dominant in this race, dominant in this division onto the Breeders' Cup as well, with the 2-1 favorite in start number 3.
I think the question is 3 weeks. You don't see Chad Brown coming back that often. Obviously, he's trying to get the Breeders' Cup, and sometimes that can work, and sometimes it can backfire on you.
Sure, but, in a day and age, a lot of trainers don't run horses back quickly, right? They want 4, 5, 6 weeks or more in between starts. Sometimes we don't learn that some horses thrive on work.
I agree. Everything is horse specific, and I think sometimes we just sort of assume it's always the same case. It's not. There are horses that can come back on short rest and perform extremely well. So I agree with you, Richie. I think people have gotten too dogmatic about how they view it, not necessarily always looking at horses as individuals.
It's not a cookie cutter thing. One size does not fit all.
So about to load for this Grade 2 Miss Grillo. The late pick 5, by the way, starts in this race as well. Last of our win and you're in races for the Breeders' Cup. And in terms of deep learning, just going to settle back and try and get position early on, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, Ricardo's riding. Flavian's riding at Keeneland today, Flavian Pratt, and he's going to have to try to get some position. It's all about position and getting it. It is a pretty substantial run to the first turn. The problem with getting position from outside post in these two-turn turf races is pace-related, right? If the paces are quick, Richie, the field spreads out.
Yeah, it's not,
nobody's really that wide in those races that often. If the pace is slow, the field bunches, and that's when you get yourself in trouble.
And right, where do you go? You're hung out there 4 or 5 wide. Do you take back to try to get in? Or
and then you're screwed because the base is slow. It's a very difficult situation. If the pace spreads out a little bit, getting position's not a big deal from an outside post.
Trainer who's dominated this race has dominated the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf with the favorite in this year's edition, Deep Learning the 9. Ricardo Santana Jr. filling in for Flavian Pratt. Let's go upstairs for the call to Chris Griffin.
Quiet Street stepping forward. Dinah, last to load. The Miss Grillo, Grade 2. $200,000. A win and you're in. Juvenile Turf Fillies Division, all set. And they're off. Day to day, Kara's Dream Chaser asks for speed towards the inside, pretty tightly bunched up front as they are across the course and come out of the chute. 5 across the course as they try to get early position, and in between horses, here comes Ground Support. Ground Support has a head advantage here, a little keen, wants to slow down. Adam Beschizza and Ground Support, they're the leader. Towards the outside, there's Believe in Magic is now a close-up second. Kara's Dream Chaser is at the rail, is in third. Just behind them, Starting to move forward, there is Miss Picky. And now Miss Picky is towards the outside of Day to Day. Deep Learning in a tight spot there towards the inside is in 6, going to save some ground. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. They work to the backstretch. Quiet Street is just behind them, going to be mid-pack. Then in the purple cap, that's Fidoro. They're followed by Dinah, who's patiently ridden, the two trailers, Boomington and El Barrio. They work up the backstretch, and ground support is the leader. Believe in Magic is right there towards the outside, is still in second. Well settled now is Kara's Dream Chaser at the rail in third. Deep Learning is in behind horses towards the inside in that 6th position. Towards the outside, here comes Miss Picky. Day to Day, also moving forward, Quiet Street in that mid-pack group. 48.65 for a half-mile time. Ground support is the clear leader. Here comes Believe in Magic in pursuit. Kara's Dream Chaser trying to pick it up, and Miss Picky's on the move. Deep Learning now asks the question. Quiet Street not asked for the move yet. Does ground support brings him to the top of the lane, and ground support's got more. Ground support quickly puts about 2.5, almost 3 on the field. Deep Learning is launching Quiet Street on the grandstand side. They have a lot of momentum, but ground support's got a lot of cushion. It's ground support approaching a 16th. Deep Learning to the inside, to the outside, Quiet Street, but no doubt ground support takes them all the way in the Miss Grillo. Ground support won it. A front running score over Deep Learning, then came Quiet Street, then a late running Fidoro in 1 minute 43.32. It's ground support in the Miss Grillo.
100 to 1 in the debut, 12 to 1 here in the Miss Grillo. Ground support now 2 for 2.
Well, when every other speed horse decided to take back, Adam Beskiza said, I'm not taking back. Went an honest first quarter, backed it down from there, and she was a no doubt about it winner. None of the closers could come close.
When that 3 quarters and 113 went up on the board, 113.56, you knew she was going to have a lot left in the tank.
Yeah, and Ricardo gave the 9 a very good ride, got position, and she ran fine, but just couldn't catch this horse up front.
3, 9, 12, 11. Ground support. A surprise again, not quite the surprise she was in the debut, but had the experience of having won at a mile first time out. Now handles an extra 16th of a mile.
Maybe rating the 5 didn't turn out to be the cleverest of decisions, but it certainly helped this horse.
So let's take a look out of the gate with the 9 in here. Deep Learning.
Oh, this is an exceptional ride by Ricardo because he used his speed, like you like to say, Richie, get your position going forward. When they spread out here, this was great. He gets to move right into the garden spot down on the inside and just got in a perfect spot. The problem was that 4 or 5 went, and then everybody else snatched after that, and the 3 was able to go. Now, she went a fair first quarter, but after that, she was a walk in the park for her, but she was much the best today.
That was about as smooth a way to slide into that inside position, though. Ricardo did some job there, but the pace moderated so much, and this filly was the only one that was up on the pace, that had her ears up, was settled, was comfortable. Everybody around her was fighting with their riders, using their energy inefficiently, and she kicked on hard.
Race Kentucky Downs can go either way. In this case, she used that prep to win a big race here, and she's on to the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, for trainer Kelsey Danner, Adam Beskiza, big moment for him as Deep Learning has to settle for second. Quiet Street for Mott checks in third.
Yeah, I don't think any of the 9, the 12, the 11, they all ran fine. This horse was just best. She got a good trip, but she won for fun in here. It wasn't like it was a 3/4 of a length desperate hold on. She won for fun.
She kicked on, finished the deal. I think you were 100% right about Deep Learning. She just didn't get any help pace-wise, but her race last time, I think, bears out everything you were saying.
So 3 win-in-your-in races today on this card. Of these 3 races, who impressed you most going forward?
Well, I think you have to be impressed by Napoleon Solo, who did run over second slower than the rated the older horse in Discovery, but was an impressive win nonetheless.
Oh, I think it was a very impressive win, and he's got a kind of size and scope to him that makes you excited about him going forward.
Iron Orchard, not just wins. First time against Open Company, New York bred filly, but she does it after having won those first 2 races on the lead, able to sit off, stalk, and win. It makes you feel pretty good about her prospects going forward.
I agree. I think you have to say, I think it's a great point, Greg. I think you have to say it was impressive as well.
I mean, Danny Gargan's had her. She showed good speed in her first 2 starts against Easier. This time, that different dimension, I think, makes her doubly dangerous. And Kind of nice to see, too, trainers that don't always get these kind of horses having that opportunity of making the most
And Danny
of it.
could have looked like a fool. If she had run badly, people would have said, why is he taking her out of her comfort zone? He risked it, and he was absolutely right.
Still some big races to come later on in the afternoon over in Kentucky, out on the West Coast as well. But this picture for the Breeders' Cup really starting to take shape. Of course, tomorrow, reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Ann in action. We're back with you on FS1 1 Eastern start time tomorrow. We will see you then. Jockey Club Derby. It was Asbury Park. The other Chad Brown runner in the race. He was second choice on the board, getting the win in that mile and 3/8 contest. Frizette winning your in for the juvenile fillies. Iron Orchard. She remains undefeated, this New York bred filly. And it's on to Del Mar. Same case with Napoleon Solo, now 2 for 2 for Chad Summers. We'll see you tomorrow.
Trophy presentation here to the winning connections. The Breeders' Cup congratulates Ground Support for winning the Miss Grillo, a Breeders' Cup Challenge win and you're in race for the $1 million John Deere Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf this fall at Del Mar. Winning is just the beginning in the winner's circle. Our event sales coordinator, Ava Van Marter, presenting the trophy to the winning connections, the ownership, NBS Stables, winning trainer, Kelsey Denner, and winning jockey, Adam Beschizza. Ground Support wins today's Miss Grillo, part of the win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division. Congratulations. Race official, $1 exacta, $44.83. The double, $133.41. The trifecta, $88.28. Superfecta, $514.84. The pick three, $468.86. Running time, 1 minute 43.32. Coming up, race 9, 20 minutes away from today's 9th race. Race 9 is next. Phillies division all set. And they're off. Day to day, Kara's Dream Chaser asks for speed towards the inside, pretty tightly bunched up front as they are across the course and come out of the chute. 5 across the course as they try to get early position, and in between horses, here comes Ground Support. Ground Support has a head advantage here, a little keen, wants to slow down. Adam Beschizza and Ground Support, they're the leader. Towards the outside, there's Believe in Magic is now a close-up second. Kara's Dream Chaser is at the rail, is in third. Just behind them, starting to move forward, there is Miss Picky. And now Miss Picky is towards the outside of Day to Day. Deep Learning in a tight spot there towards the inside is in 6, going to save some ground. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. They work to the backstretch. Quiet Street is just behind them, going to be mid-pack. Then in the purple cap, that's Fidoro. They're followed by Dinah, who's patiently ridden, the 2 trailers, Boomington and El Barrio. They work up the backstretch, and Ground Support is the leader. Believe in Magic is right there towards the outside, is still in second. Well settled now is Kara's Dream Chaser at the rail in third. Deep Learning is in behind horses towards the inside in that 6th position. Towards the outside, here comes Miss Picky. Day to Day, also moving forward, Quiet Street in that mid-pack group. 48.65 for a half-mile time. Ground Support is the clear leader. Here comes Believe in Magic in pursuit. Kara's Dream Chaser trying to pick it up, and Miss Picky's on the move. Deep Learning now asks the question. Quiet Street not asked for the move yet. Does Ground Support brings him to the top of the lane, and Ground Support's got more. Ground Support quickly puts about 2.5, almost 3 on the field. Deep Learning is launching Quiet Street on the grandstand side. They have a lot of momentum, but Ground Support's got a lot of cushion. It's Ground Support approaching a 16th. Deep Learning to the inside, to the outside, Quiet Street, but no doubt Ground Support takes them all the way in the Miss Grillo. Ground Support won it. A front-running score over Deep Learning, then came Quiet Street, then a late-running Fidoro in 1 minute 43.32. It's Ground Support in the Miss Grillo. Koru is lifting late as well. Better Lucky Than Good at the rail. Better Lucky Than Good. Koru, Better Lucky Than Good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn, making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Horses, step on the track here for today's ninth race. Race 9, 5 minutes away. Today's ninth, 6 furlongs, outer turf. Race 9 in the late pick 4 in 5 minutes. Stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 9. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's 9th race. Big Invasion goes in. Voltage. Bonus move to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Bonus move flew out of the gate from an outside stall, and it's going to be bonus move with the lead. Twisted Filigree in between horses moves forward, and Warrallo is about to split them. And Warrallo is pumped up, is now a neck in front of Twisted Filigree at the rail as a shared second and third with bonus move stalking the top two. Just off of them, Voltage travels in tandem there with Step Forward. Big Invasion starts to move from the back end of the field. Alder and the trailer Gaslight Dancer. They speed towards that far turn. 21.43. The opening quarter mile. Warrallo is in front. Here comes bonus move. Who's back for more? Nice trip for Voltage. A big long shot is in fourth. Is trying to make up some ground. Also Step Forward. Florent Giroux looking for a seam. Big Invasion starts to warm to the task. Tipping to the outside. Alder. Gaslight Dancer is the trailer. They reach the top of the lane, and the rail is wide open. Twisted Filigree starting to battle on back. Step Forward's got momentum. Just had to steady behind a wall of horses. Warrallo battles on. Here comes a run from Alder and Voltage. They are ready to pounce on these leaders. It's now going to be Voltage and Alder. Alder on the grandstand side is put ahead in front. Trying to go with this leader is going to be Voltage, but give it to Alder. Wins impressively. Alder wins it. Warrallo, big effort there. Came back and grabbed second over Voltage in 1 minute 7.47 seconds. Order finish. First the 2, Alder. Second the 6, Warello. Third the 4, Voltage. Fourth the 1, Step Forward. 2, 6, 4, 1 in race 9. Into the winner's circle is the 2, Alder. He's a 4-year-old gelding, bred in Kentucky by Heartspun out of Arbol. Winning owners, 3 Diamonds Farm, Mainline Racing Stables. Winning trainers, Mike Maker. The winning jockey, Ricardo Santana Jr. 2, 6, 4, 1. Stand by for prices. Race official. $1 exact 2-6, $25.36, and the double $74.99. Trifecta $113.72, and superfecta $1,203.86. The pick 3, $753.77, and pick 4, $1,543.04. A pick 5 returned $5,367.94, and that running time 1 minute 7.47. Coming up, race 10. Today's 10th. It's 23 minutes away. Race 10 started the late pick 3. Race 10 is next in 23 minutes. And they're off. Bonus Move flew out of the gate from an outside stall, and it's going to be Bonus Move with the lead. Twisted Filigree in between horses moves forward, and Warello is about to split them. And Warello is pumped up, is now a neck in front of Twisted Filigree at the rail as a shared second and third with Bonus Move stalking the top 2. Just off of them, Voltage travels in tandem there with Step Forward. Big Invasion starts to move from the back end of the field. Alder and the trailer, Gaslight Dancer. They speed towards that far turn. 21.43. The opening quarter mile. Warello is in front. Here comes Bonus Move, who's back for more. Nice trip for Voltage. A big long shot is in fourth, is trying to make up some ground. Also step forward. Florent Giroux looking for a seam. Big Invasion starts to warm to the task. Tipping to the outside. Alder. Gaslight Dancer is the trailer. They reach the top of the lane, and the rail is wide open. Twisted Filigree starting to battle on back. Step forward. It's got momentum. Just had to steady behind a wall of horses while Rollo battles on. Here comes a run from Alder and Voltage. They are ready to pounce on these leaders. It's now going to be Voltage and Alder. Alder on the grandstand side has put ahead in front. Trying to go with this leader is going to be Voltage, but give it to Alder. Wins impressively. Alder wins it. Warallo, big effort there. Came back and grabbed second over Voltage in 1 minute 7.47 seconds.
see.
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
If you can make it here,
Book 'em Dano in a thriller. Book 'em Dano wears him down. Book 'em Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's 10th race. Race 10 is 7 minutes away. Today's 10th, 6 furlongs. Race 10 in 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 10. Runners loading. There's Dark Assault, 22 black. In Trouble Again, 2-year-olds. Going 6 furlongs here. 22 black goes in. In Trouble Again, Active Measures. Active Measures is in. Double Act in My World. Double Act. My World. Last to load. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good break from Dark Assault right out towards the front, and Dark Assault is up by a neck. Here comes Double Act in My World. They join this early leader. Dark Assault moving nicely here up front is up by a half length, and here comes that pair of Double Act in My World, 3 across the racetrack. Just behind them, a well-settled 22 black is content to sit off the pace. Then comes Active Measures in that back group. Moving forward, In Trouble Again, and the trailer getting out a little is Concrete Bolt. They're well into the far turn, 22.48 for the opening quarter mile. Dark Assault is doing it nicely. Dark Assault up by a full length. Towards the inside is Double Act in My World. They are in full pursuit here of the leader. Dark Assault is approaching a quarter mile left to go, and Dark Assault is still got a nice half-length lead. Here comes My World towards the outside, is ready to challenge. Down towards the inside, Double Act is making up some ground. And here comes from the back 22 black. But Dark Assault is still holding off the charge of My World. My World trying to run on by My World and Dark Assault. Dark Assault still ahead in front. My World now might get the edge. Here comes My World late. My World got it. My World, tough to handle, does get the victory over Dark Assault. Then came Double Act and a photo for fourth in 1 minute 10.27 seconds. Order finish. First, the 8, My World. Second, the 1, Dark Assault. Third, the 7, Double Act. Fourth, the 3, 22 Black. 8-1-7-3. 4 wins on the day. Manny Franco. 8-1-7-3. Running time, 1 minute 10.27. Winner of today's 10th race, the 8, My World. He's a 2-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Essential Quality out of Quebec. Winning owners, Madicat Stables LLC and La Penta. Winning trainers, Brad Cox, and the winning jockey, Manny Franco, with his 4th win on the day. Exacta 8-1, $12.50. The double, $16.87. And trifecta, $34.52. Superfecta, $159.86. And pick 3, $182.76. Running time, 1 minute 10.27 in race 10. Up next, it'll be race 11. Today's 11th race is 24 minutes away. Race 11, late double in 24 minutes. And they're off. Good break from Dark Assault right out towards the front, and Dark Assault is up by a neck. Here comes Double Act in My World. They join this early leader. Dark Assault moving nicely here up front is up by a half length, and here comes that pair of Double Act in My World, 3 across the racetrack. Just behind them, a well-settled 22 Black is content to sit off the pace. Then comes Active Measures in that back group. Moving forward, In Trouble again, and the trailer getting out a little is Concrete Bolt. They're well into the far turn, 22.48 for the opening quarter mile. Dark Assault is doing it nicely. Dark Assault up by a full length. Towards the inside is Double Act in My World. They are in full pursuit here of the leader. Dark Assault is approaching a quarter mile left to go, and Dark Assault has still got a nice half-length lead. Here comes My World towards the outside, is ready to challenge. Down towards the inside, Double Act is making up some ground, and here comes from the back 22 Black, but Dark Assault is still holding off the charge of My World. My World trying to run on by My World and Dark Assault. Dark Assault still ahead in front. My World now might get the edge. Here comes My World late. My World got it. My World, tough to handle, does get the victory over Dark Assault. Then came Double Act and a photo for fourth in 1 minute 10.27 seconds.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Big Five hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with 200 winners, 16% winners lifetime, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
Sunday on Racing with the Arc de Triomphe from Longchamp Racecourse in Paris, France. A win and earn challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Coverage kicks off 9:30 Eastern on FS1.
Horses step on the track here for today's 11th race. Race 11, 5 minutes away. A mile and 16th inner turf. Race 11 in 5 minutes. Horses stepping onto the turf course, approaching the gate. Runners loading. Post time for today's 11th. Quando's in, middle market. Here comes Risk Tolerance. Brits Wit. Irish Gent. Pass the Hat. Main Beach. Starship Titan. Starship Titan to the outside. Goes in. And out. Backs away. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Quando flashes speed at the rail. Also, Irish Gent is trying to join that early mix too. Quando from out of the chute. Here's Brits Wit. Will apply pressure towards the outside. A stalking second. Risk Tolerance is at the rail. Forward movement here from Starship Titan. Going to be a little wide here, but Starship Titan now will get over to the 3-path as Quando tries to slow it down. Ruben Silvera on Quando. Here comes Starship Titan towards the outside. Brits Wit is taken back as a close-up third. Risk Tolerance is right there as well. Starts to move forward with Pass the Hat. They're going to be 4th and 5th. And behind them in 6th is Irish Gent, who's comfortable with that position. 22.48 is the posted opening quarter mile. In the 7th position, that'll be El Baz. Also trying to move forward here, taking 8th. Far outside, that's going to be Main Beach. To the inside of that rival is Middle Market. And at the back, King Doro is the trailer. There's one more actually back there, and that's Glint. Quando is sprinting away. Quando went 46.21 for a half-mile time, and they're in pursuit of Quando, who's a lone leader. Starship Titan to the outside of Brits Wit. Joining them, Pass the Hat is now getting closer from 4th. Risk Tolerance is looking for a way out from 5th. Irish Gent is trying to rally on. Same can be said for El Baz. From the back there is Middle Market, who's chased all the time by Main Beach and still at the back. That's going to be King Doro and Glint. They reach the top of the lane. Quando's trying to take them all the way, but here comes Starship Titan ready to pounce. Pass the Hat is in the mix. Brits Wit is in behind Horses Risk Tolerance. Starship Titan is trying to kick away from the rest of the field. Starship Titan, Risk Tolerance moved to the outside with Pass the Hat. It is still Starship Titan fending them off. Starship Titan, Relu Gutierrez, they get the score. Starship Titan wins it over the oncoming strides of Risk Tolerance, then Pass the Hat, Brits Wit, and King Doro in 1 minute 40 and 4. Unofficial order finish. First the 11, Starship Titan. Second the 3, Risk Tolerance. Third the 9, Pass the Hat. And fourth the 4, Brits Wit. 11-3, 9-4 in race 11. Running time, 1 minute 40.91. Into the winner's circle, winner of today's 11th race, number 11, Starship Titan. He's a 4-year-old gelding, bred in Kentucky by Not This Time out of Cinnamon Lass. Winning owner, Starship Stables. Winning trainer is Michelle Nevin. The winning jockey, Grillo Gutierrez. Starship Titan gets the victory, 39-1 on your winner, 11-3, 9-4. Race official, $1 exact, 11-3, $462.22. The double, $150.49. Trifecta, $3,602.59. And superfecta, $1 superfecta returned $136,241.84. That's a superfecta payout there, over $136,000. Pick 3, $812.91. Grand Slam. Return $220.43. Final running time, 1 minute 40.91. Coming up is race 12, 12th and final, mile and 16th, outer turf. Race 12 in 23 minutes. And they're off. Quando flashes speed at the rail. Also, Irish Gent is trying to join that early mix too. Quando from out of the chute. Here's Brits Witt. Will apply pressure towards the outside. A stalking second. Risk tolerances at the rail. Forward movement here from Starship Titan. Going to be a little wide here, but Starship Titan now will get over to the 3-path as Quando tries to slow it down. Ruben Silvera on Quando. Here comes Starship Titan towards the outside. Brits Witt is taken back as a close-up third. Risk tolerance is right there as well. Starts to move forward with Past the Hat. They're going to be 4th and 5th. And behind them in 6th is Irish Gent, who's comfortable with that position. 22.48 is the posted opening quarter mile. In the 7th position, that'll be El Baz. Also trying to move forward here, taking 8th. Far outside, that's going to be Main Beach. To the inside of that rival is Middle Market. And at the back, King Doro is the trailer. There's one more actually back there, and that's Glint. Quando is sprinting away. Quando went 46.21 for a half-mile time, and they're in pursuit of Ship Titan. Risk tolerance moved to the outside with Past the Hat. It is still Starship Titan fending him off. Starship Titan, Relu Gutierrez, they get the score. Starship Titan wins it over the oncoming strides of Risk Tolerance, then Past the Hat, Brits Witt, and King Doro in 1 minute 40 and 4.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Racetracks, casinos, slots, superfectas, you can gamble from anywhere all the time. You've just got to ask yourself, should I? Take a pause to stay in control and think about how much time you spend gambling. A pause can help you determine if you're gambling because you like to or you need to. A pause can help remind you there's more to the moment than your next wager. Visit oasis.ny.gov and take our survey to see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's 12th race. Race 12, 6 minutes away. 12th and final in 6 minutes. Horses approaching and now at the gate. It's post time for race 12. Runners loading. Luck for You. Layered. Phoenix of Wit. 12th and final on this Saturday afternoon. Olagata. Victoriously. Wrigleyville. Peak Hype. Last to load to the outside, Peak Hype. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Obesante has some early speed, and there's Wrigleyville towards the outside. It's a scramble on for the front to So Darn Pretty. Now emerges in between horses as they sprint towards that turn. So Darn Pretty has the lead. It's So Darn Pretty, who's followed intently right towards the outside here from Wrigleyville. At the rail, there comes Obesante. And out wider, Luck for You is a challenging fourth, is a touch wide around that turn. They're followed victoriously with at the rail, that's Phoenix of Wit. Then they're followed by Peak Hype in the center of the course towards the back end of the field. Layered. Second to last will be Olagata and the trailer. Racing Colors. They work up the backstretch 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. So Darn Pretty has the lead. Wrigleyville, tight hold in between horses, wants to go, is only a neck back in second. Luck for You. Out wider is a challenging third. Obesante is now at the rail, saving all the ground through a 47.70 half-mile time. Just behind them is Phoenix of Wit, under a patient ride there with Victoriously, and they travel as a pair. Starting to move forward, Peak Hype is to the outside here of Layered. Still second to last will be Olagata, and Racing Colors continues to trail. Wrigleyville has been sent for home, and Wrigleyville has the lead, is up by a length and a half. Obesante is now tipping towards the outside, dropping back quickly with So Darn Pretty. They reach the top of the lane, and Wrigleyville's trying to finish it off. It's Wrigleyville who sprints for home. Obesante is now in full pursuit on the outside. Also running on, here comes Phoenix of Wit. Joining them is Peak Hype, grandstand side. At the rail, it's Wrigleyville trying to hang on, but here comes Peak Hype down the center of the course, and Peak Hype is now thrust to the front. It's Peak Hype trying to run away, and does. Peak Hype, that's your winner. Phoenix of Wit will get second. Then came Obesante, and at the rail, that's Wrigleyville, who finished fourth in 1 minute 42 seconds flat. Order finish. First, the 11, Peak Hype. Second, the 4, Phoenix of Wit. Third, the 1, El Bisante. And fourth, the 10, Wrigleyville. 11-4, 110 in race 12. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 12th race is the 11, Peak Hype. Peak Hype. She's a 3-year-old, bred in Kentucky by More Than Ready out of Toiger. Winning owners, E5, Racing Thoroughbreds LLC. Winning trainers, Chad Brown. The winning jockey, Ricardo Santana Jr. Peak Hype wins the finale, 11-4, 110. Make sure to join us for tomorrow's Sunday afternoon program. First post is 110. 9 races on tomorrow's card. Welcome you to join us once again tomorrow for a Sunday at Belmont at the Big A. Race 12 still unofficial. Stand by for prices. Race official. $1 exact 11.4, $36.52, and the double $314.02. Trifecta $67.03, Superfecta $391.58, and Pick 3 $874.92. Pick 4 $3,209.23. Pick 5 returned $25,312.90. The Pick 6, 5 out of 6, $1,977.94, and a carryover into tomorrow. $65,367 is the carryover into the Pick 6. The Pick 6 carryover into tomorrow starts in race number 4. Covers races 4 through 9 on our Sunday afternoon card. First post time 1:10. Right back here tomorrow. So thanks again for joining us here on this Saturday. Tomorrow, a Sunday, and a Pick 6 carryover, $65,367. Starting in race 4, Pick 6 with the New York Racing Association and Live Racing Belmont at the Big A. Good night. Obesante has some early speed, and there's Wrigleyville towards the outside. It's a scramble on for the front to So Darn Pretty. Now emerges in between horses as they sprint towards that turn. So Darn Pretty has the lead. It's So Darn Pretty, who's followed intently right towards the outside here from Wrigleyville. At the rail, there comes Obesante. And out wider, Luck for You is a challenging fourth, is a touch wide around that turn. They're followed victoriously with at the rail, that's Phoenix of Wit. Then they're followed by Peak Hype in the center of the course towards the back end of the field. Layered, second to last, will be Olagata and the trailer. Racing Colors. They work up the backstretch, 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. So Darn Pretty has the lead. Wrigleyville, tight hold in between horses, wants to go, is only a neck back in second. Luck for You. Out wider is a challenging third. Obesante is now at the rail, saving all the ground through a 47.70 half-mile time. Just behind them is Phoenix of Wit, under a patient ride there with Victoriously, and they travel as a pair. Starting to move forward, Peak Hype is to the outside here of Layered, still second to last will be Olagata, and Racing Colors continues to trail. Wrigleyville has been sent for home, and Wrigleyville has the lead, is up by a length and a half. Obesante is now tipping towards the outside, dropping back quickly with So Darn Pretty. They reach the top of the lane, and Wrigleyville's trying to finish it off. It's Wrigleyville who sprints for home. Obesante is now in full pursuit on the outside. Also running on, here comes Phoenix of Wit. Joining them is Peak Hype, grandstand side. At the rail, it's Wrigleyville trying to hang on, but here comes Peak Hype down the center of the course, and Peak Hype is now thrust to the front. It's Peak Hype trying to run away, and does. Peak Hype, that's your winner. Phoenix of Wit will get second. Then came Obesante, and at the rail, that's Wrigleyville, who finished fourth in 1 minute 42 seconds flat.